Councillors, please stand. Almighty God, we, the representatives of the citizens of the City of Brisbane, are assembled here to strive and care for the welfare of our city and all of its people. Lord, we ask that you guide us in the decisions we make today. Amen. We acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet and pay our respect to elders past and present. Please be seated. I declare the meeting open. Are there any apologies? Councillor Cassidy.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Cook will not be at the meeting today, so I move she is granted a leave of absence for the duration of this meeting.
Second.
It's been moved by Councillor Cassidy, seconded by Councillor Strunk, that Councillor Cook be granted a leave of absence from today's meeting. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. The ayes have it. Any further apologies? Councillor Landers.
Mr Chair, I advise that the Lord Mayor will be absent today and I move that he be granted a leave of absence from the meeting.
Seconded.
It's been moved by Councillor Landers, seconded by Councillor Hutton, that the Lord Mayor be granted a leave of absence from today's meeting. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. And those against, no. The ayes have it. Confirmation of minutes, please.
Mr Chair, I move that the minutes of the 4,634th meeting held on Tuesday, 17th November 2020 be received, taken as read and confirmed.
Seconded.
It's been moved by Councillor Landers, seconded by Councillor Hutton, that the minutes of the 4,634th meeting of Council held on the 17th of November 2020 be received, taken as read and confirmed. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. The ayes have it. Councillors, I will draw to your attention the public participant, Ms Jo Mason, who will be addressing us on Workhaven's domestic and family violence awareness and response workshops for small and medium businesses. Welcome, Ms Mason. Welcome, and you have 5 minutes commencing when you begin.
Thank you. Mr Chair, Acting Mayor and Councillors, thank you for allowing me to address you today. I would like to speak about domestic and family violence training for small businesses in the Brisbane area. Firstly, congratulations to Council on your domestic and family violence strategy. It's great to see you leading the approach and I look forward to seeing the ongoing rollout. As a person with lived experience of domestic violence, I understand the value of Council's strategy. I walked away from my DFV situation almost 6 years ago. At the time, it had a devastating effect on my family, my health, my career, my finances and my confidence. And it took me 2 years to rebuild. All of this could have been avoided if there had been more understanding and connection in my workplace and in the community. COVID-19 has had a negative impact on domestic violence numbers and we see that on the news all the time. And to date, this year, 43 women have already lost their lives due to DFV. And Brisbane was rocked in February with the death of Hannah Clark and her children, which led to a community outpouring wanting to lend to support to stop this from ever happening again. Whenever I talk to workplaces about domestic and family violence, people always want to do something, but sadly most people don't know what to do. In fact, the results of the National Domestic Violence and Workplace Survey reflect that 94% of employees agree employers should take a leadership role in the stand against DFV, but 80% of employees don't feel confident in knowing they could help a colleague who is impacted. Brisbane's home to many small businesses and they're the heartbeat of our community, offering services, products and employment. In the middle of this year, my organisation, Workhaven, wrote an application to Council to sponsor 4 workshops across Brisbane to equip small businesses with information, skills and tools to take a stand against domestic violence for both their employees and their local communities. The training will provide businesses with the information they need to create a workplace DFV policy, a greater understanding of DFV, how to identify warning signs, start a crucial conversation and where to direct people to community support and local services, plus how to support staff who are working from home. The objectives of this initiative are to generate awareness of DFV and the warning signs amongst Brisbane small businesses, to develop a clearer picture of DFV and its impacts on businesses in Brisbane, to reduce the impact of DFV on small businesses in Brisbane by supporting them to take a relevant and effective approach to support employees who are impacted by DFV to enable them to return to full working capacity as soon as possible, and to develop further support for the stand against DFE by equipping businesses with material and channels to communicate with their staff, customers, suppliers and stakeholders. In addition to sharing relevant information that workplaces can utilise in their day-to-day operation, the workshops will also provide a platform for small businesses to work together to take a united stand against domestic violence in their local communities through grassroots initiatives. The workshops represent the 4 pillars of Council's DFE strategy: respond, prevent, community and educate. By working with local businesses, we can influence thousands of lives while reinforcing Council's commitment to the local community on this critical topic. It would also position Council as a leader in this space, as to my knowledge this would be an Australian first. What's more, by supporting businesses to take a stand against DFE in their local area, we may also reduce the strain on Council resources that are allocated to domestic and family violence. If approved, the 4 workshops would train 80 local businesses, and we would love Council representatives to attend too. We would like this to be an annual activity to provide the opportunity to new businesses each year and increase the groundswell of impact. With regards to Workhaven, we're a Brisbane-based organisation that was formed by corporate leaders with lived experience of domestic and family violence. Our professional knowledge and in-depth understanding of this sensitive and challenging topic enables us to provide employers with the tools, insights, information and facilitate the right conversations in a manner that reflects their specific workplace needs. Our philosophy is to enable, educate and empower workplaces to create a culture of harmony, safety and empowerment. DV can have a catastrophic effect on a person's ability to work and on workplace productivity. Workhaven was born from the need to provide training, awareness, connection to businesses to take a stand against domestic violence and provide relevant and effective support to their employees who are impacted. It would be wonderful if Council can support Workhaven as a local small business to undertake this initiative and work with other local small businesses. It would also reinforce Council's commitment to the small business sector. Thank you.
No, thank you for addressing us today. Can I please invite Councillor Allen to respond, please?
Thank you, Mr Chair. And typically in these responses, we refer to our Speaker as Mr, Mrs, Ms, but I think I'll do away with the formalities today and say, Joe, thank you very much for coming in to speak to us today. Having had the opportunity to meet with you in September and chat through what you're trying to achieve with Workhaven, I think that it's a commendable initiative. Being somebody such as yourself who's actually had a lived experience with domestic violence, it's just terrific to sort of see you corralling your thoughts and some of your supporters into generating something that can make a real difference in this particular space. And I am conscious that you're also an ambassador for the Brisbane Domestic Violence Service, so clearly it's a domain that you're well versed in and highly active in. And as you indicated earlier, Council has its own domestic and family violence strategy that we're obviously looking to pursue across the organisation and make sure that as an organisation we're as well equipped as possible to respond appropriately. I guess we're all on a bit of a journey and we do hope to continue to develop our ability to respond. Now, following our meeting in September, I undertook to reference your organisation to the Brisbane Business Hub, which at that stage was very much in its planning stages, and I understand that now we're up and running at the Brisbane Business Hub. They've been in contact with you to look at running a seminar down there, and that in the context of that seminar will also provide the venue and catering for free to support the initiative. I think this is a terrific platform to raise awareness of Workhaven. The Brisbane Business Hub is actively engaged with the Brisbane business community at large in providing a response to COVID, but more importantly, providing the Brisbane business community with a range of worthwhile services. So to get you down there, to have your consultancy present to a room full of small to medium businesses would be a terrific outcome. Now, in terms of that, we'll also be looking to get behind you in terms of using the Brisbane Economic Development Agency's marketing platforms in terms of raising awareness about the program. Brisbane Economic Development Agency does a regular EDM to their member base. We'll also promote it on social media. We run a number of these programs down there now. We're starting to build our curriculum, so over time we'll get an opportunity to make sure that people are aware that your seminar's up and running, and hopefully when you run it we've got a room full of people. I think it'll provide a meaningful push or provide meaningful momentum to what you're trying to do. We spoke outside just earlier. Clearly you see that there's a real benefit in businesses engaging and collaborating around domestic violence, so I think this is an excellent forum to try and achieve that outcome for you. I'm conscious that some of my colleagues in the chamber here are quite active in supporting and raising awareness of domestic violence. Councillor Atwood and Councillor Cunningham, I think, did a walk last weekend, was it? I myself are doing one on the December 6th to support awareness in my community out in Nunda. So in summary, delighted that you've come in here to talk to us again today. Really keen to pursue the opportunities that we might be able to cobble together through the Brisbane Business Hub. We also have some emerging opportunities where I think Workhaven can also play a role. So congratulations to everything you're doing, and really looking forward to seeing how things basically turn out over the next few months and years. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Mason. Mr Pearce will assist you. Councillors, I draw to your attention item 4 on the agenda, question time. Are there any questions of the Acting Mayor or Chair of any standing committee? Councillor Owen.
Thank you, Mr Chair. My question today is to the Chair of the Public and Active Transport Committee, Councillor Murphy. Councillor Murphy, it was announced today that Council intends to seek proposals for e-bikes in addition to e-scooters in Brisbane. Can you outline for the Chamber the timeline for this introduction and what this means for the future of mobility in our city?
Councillor Murphy.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Owen. As you know, this side of the chamber is absolutely focused on providing a range of transport options for Brisbane residents to enjoy. That requires transport solutions that take advantage of modern innovation, as well as Brisbane's growing network of pathways and bikeways. This side of the chamber has a proud tradition of active transport innovation. Brisbane is now recognised all around the world as a leader in micro-mobility, being the first major city in Australia to introduce an e-scooter scheme in 2018. And launched more than 10 years ago, Brisbane's current bike hire scheme, City Cycle, has been a success for its time. It is Australia's...
Councillors, please allow the answer to be heard.
It is Australia's second ever bike share scheme, and it's played an important role in encouraging people to ride more often, with 4 million trips taken to date. However, we know there's been major technological and societal changes since City Cycle began operations. These options were frankly not available 10 years ago. And over the past 2 years in particular, rideshare companies around the world have rapidly deployed innovative, motorised, electrically powered scooters and bikes. This has coincided with a decline in patronage in City Cycle as it becomes increasingly less representative of current technology. Whereas e-scooter usage is almost back to pre-COVID levels, City Cycle is now at under 50% of pre-COVID levels, despite a universal increase in cycling. And for just one trip taken on a City Cycle, 5 trips are taken on an e-scooter. And while there's been 4 million trips on City Cycle over the past decade, e-scooters have approached this number within just 2 years of operation, with 3.5 million trips being taken between 2018 and 2020. And these are numbers the Council just cannot ignore. Given the advances in the micro-mobility industry and the popularity of e-bikes and e-scooters in Brisbane, we've decided that it's time for an even better solution than City Cycle. And therefore, the administration will now be seeking proposals for e-bike and e-scooter operators to provide...
Murphy, stop, please. Councillor Murphy is attempting to answer the question. I appreciate there's a lot of interest. People have a lot of opinions on this matter. Please allow the Chair to answer the question that was presented to him. Councillor Murphy.
Chair, Council's now reached a mutual agreement with the City Cycle operator JCDecaux to phase out City Cycle. In its place will be a privately funded e-bike scheme which will launch midway through next year. This followed investigation into modernisation of the City Cycle fleet, but this would have come at considerable cost to ratepayers. Ending the scheme early means better access to emerging innovative technologies with private operators in place that can continue to evolve, to innovate and to improve the scheme. And most importantly, it provides improved mobility options for Brisbane residents. Of course, products are constantly evolving and e-scooters are widely used here in Brisbane, both in terms of privately owned devices and through Council's successful operating agreements with both Lime and Neuron. And by including e-scooters in this tender, we're staying at the forefront of what the current industry can offer and ensuring the very best product for Brisbane residents and visitors. Over the course of 2021, all 150 City Cycle stations and 2,000 bikes will be removed or repurposed. City Cycle stations will become e-mobility hubs, which will include e-bike and e-scooter designated parking zones. During this transition period, monthly City Cycle membership will be waived. Of course, e-bikes will provide a new and dynamic user experience, and they can be pedalled like a manual push bike or with pedal assistance enabled. Council will be working very closely with operators to provide first and last mile connections outside the CBD, including to the future award-winning Brisbane Metro stations. And this means more options for everyone, whether they're riding to work or they're studying or just exploring Brisbane on two wheels. It means an extra helping hand when taking on Brisbane's rolling hills in our warm subtropical climate. And in addition, new technology will allow operators to roll out go slow zones, for example, in parklands or other major pedestrian corridors, which will maximise safety for everyone. Innovation will be assessed as part of the tender process, as well as local economic benefits. Final arrangements will guarantee a complementary and agile relationship between e-scooters and e-bikes. And this announcement today supports the Transport Plan for Brisbane's e-wheeling initiative and our new draft e-mobility strategy, which is now open for public feedback. I encourage everyone to jump online and have their say. This strategy will be realised through the terms of these new e-bike and e-scooter agreements, and Team Schrinner is all about delivering the largest investment in active transport this city has ever seen. That includes projects like the CityLink cycleway, like major bikeways such as the Indooroopilly Riverwalk, which is 3 months ahead of schedule, and transformational green bridges, which I look forward to announcing more about very soon. Chair, our city is undergoing a once-in-a-generational change, and this side of the chamber has a clear vision for a connected city with modern transport solutions that enhance Brisbane residents' experience.
Further questions, please. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. My question is to the Chair of the City Standards Community Health and Safety Committee, Councillor Kim Marks. Councillor Marks, Ross River virus case numbers are up massively across Brisbane this year. Last year, Queensland Health's Metro North District recorded 280 cases. Already this year, we've seen 710, almost three times as many. Metro South recorded 221 last year and has recorded 462 already this year, more than double. Barmah Forest virus cases are up too. This year, there's already been 80 cases across Brisbane. Last year, only 46 cases recorded. Council's mosquito control team is working tirelessly to keep these deadly insects at bay, but clearly they need more resources and more boots on the ground. We know that staff numbers have not increased for the past 5 years. Councillor Marks, why is Team Schrinner failing to keep residents safe from mosquitoes?
Councillor Marks.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and through you, Chair, I refute that claim entirely from Councillor Cassidy. Can I just say that in October we marked the beginning of the season for Council's renewed aerial sprays on the aggressive and pesky salt marsh mosquito. So since its beginning in 1926, our mosquito management program and fleet has evolved to be one of the most sophisticated in Australia. But the reality is that Brisbane was built on a floodplain, and coupled with subtropical climate, managing mosquitoes is a fact of life. We can't control the climate, Mr Chair, but we can control our response to mosquitoes. Last financial year, we recorded the biggest mozzie spraying season in 15 years, conducting 18 separate aerial sprays over more than 27,000 hectares of land. As Councillor Cassidy has mentioned, the beginning of 2020 was a particularly busy year. with weather patterns and increased rainfall leading to higher tides and more mosquito larvae. As always, we are guided by our two expert entomologists, and we took to the challenge using helicopters, and I say that in plural because there were 2 helicopters we used at the time that I was out there, various trucks, quad bikes and officers on foot. Mr. Chair, the mosquito prevention is the first and foremost based on science, which is why I've said, and the Lord Mayor has always said, it is for the medical entomologist to drive Council's treatment program, not the opposition councillors who think they know better. When the experts say to spray, we spray. The past financial year, it was their expert advice that promoted a 35% increase in hectares sprayed and an almost 30% increase in sprays. We have an unlimited budget and resources to manage mosquitoes, and that is a commitment that this administration stands by.
Councillor Marx. Councillors, please allow Councillor Marx's answer to be heard in silence. Councillor Marx, please.
That resource reflexibility is a testament to our ability to adapt to changing conditions, not just season by season, but week by week. We are at the ready to get people on the ground and in the air at a moment's notice to spray. Our focus is on destroying the mosquitoes before they hatch and travel from the mangroves to our residential and recreation spaces. I can reassure the Chamber that Council is continuing to keep its commitment to manage mosquito in our suburbs. We have already conducted 4 separate aerial sprays since mid-October, covering almost 5,000 hectares of land. And our ground crew have also been hard at work monitoring about 2,700 sites and are already applying over 20,000 treatments. As people have talked about here in the Chamber, the BOM is predicting a La Nina to deliver a wet summer, and our crews remain at the ready. Freshwater mosquitoes tend to be a bigger problem in the wet summers, and crews will monitor known breeding sites on a weekly basis or after rainfall events. Mr. Chair, I was very fortunate a few weeks ago to do a site visit and watch both the aerial and ground crews at work. The team's enormous sense of pride in the work that they do for the people of Brisbane was evident throughout. It was also a chance to see the incredible resources that Council dedicates to mosquito management. And I know that Councillor Cassidy, through you, Mr. Chair, also did a site visit just last week and got to see the crews in action firsthand. I would love to know what they told you through you, Mr. Chair, and just I'd be very careful knowing that there is no privilege in this chamber, and I would be very careful what you were suggesting and that council officers may have said to you. Through you, Mr. Chair, I really do hope the visit gave Councillor Cassidy a newfound appreciation of the science-based, resource-intensive job that they have. Speaking with the crews, it was fantastic to receive their direct and very strong feedback about how well resourced and supported they are in doing their work. Any claim that they're not resourced or enabled to do the work the experts scheduled is simply not true. I'm sure Councillor Cassidy will have received similar feedback during his visit and have been impressed, as I am, with the 100% program completion rate when it comes to breeding site treatment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further questions? Councillor Adderman.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to the Chair of the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee, Councillor Cunningham. Can you please update the Chamber on the Schrinner administration's progress in increasing natural habitat cover across Brisbane to ensure we remain a clean and green city?
Councillor Cunningham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Councillor Adderman, for the question. Lord Mayor Adrian Schrinner leads an administration committed to delivering a clean, green and sustainable Brisbane. Council is undertaking greening projects right across Brisbane to improve the shade, cooling and amenity in our urban hotspots. We're enhancing the health of Brisbane's river and waterways and restoring our iconic biodiversity through the reinstatement and management of natural habitat. Target 40 is our plan to achieve 40% natural habitat cover across mainland Brisbane by 2031. The Queensland Herbarium, which is the state government's lead authority on vegetation mapping, has mapped the 2019 extent of natural habitat across mainland Brisbane. Based on the map and the report recently received, I'm pleased to advise the Chamber that the 2019 report Reported extent of natural habitat cover across mainland Brisbane, according to the Queensland Herbarium, has reached now 38.9%. This is up from 36.8% in 2017. It's a fantastic result which validates this administration's work in growing and protecting our natural habitat cover. The diversity, health and resilience of Brisbane's biodiversity is linked to the diversity, quantity and quality of natural habitat right across our suburbs. In addition, the growth and maturity of natural habitat is influenced by its health and connectivity to other areas of natural habitat. Recognising this, we've also established an additional target of 75% of our natural habitat classified as being connected and healthy. This will create a resilient and connected natural habitat network right across Brisbane. Growing, restoring and connecting our natural habitat is achieved by a number of council initiatives. Firstly, the Bushland Acquisition Program contributes to these citywide targets through the purchasing of property where opportunities to reinstate large-scale natural habitat are available, or the existing natural habitat condition can be improved. The Conservation Reserves Management Program also contributes to these targets through maintenance, restoration and reinstatement of natural habitat within the conservation reserves. The Wildlife Conservation Partnerships Program supports private landholders to restore or reinstate natural habitat on their lands, while the Habitat Brisbane program supports this work on council land. The Creek Catchment Program, in partnership with volunteers, are supported by Council to implement wider community education and secure external funding to restore or reinstate our natural habitat. Our Environmental Offsets project also contribute to these citywide targets on council land. The Wipe Out Weeds, Invasive Species Management, Natural Waterway Rehabilitation, Oxley Creek Transformation, Community Conservation Assistance and the Lord Mayor's Sustainability and Environment Grants also contribute to these citywide targets through the maintenance, restoration and reinstatement of our habitat. Council's Enduring Community Conservation Partnerships program represents a network of over 8,500 like-minded volunteers working to improve the city's biodiversity and waterway health across land tenures covering 983 sites that span over 3,000 hectares. Brisbane is fortunate that the community engagement and commitment to protecting our natural environment continues to rise, with thousands of volunteers and hundreds of private landholders also on board in natural habitat conservation. As Chair of the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee, it's been such a privilege to get a deeper understanding of the significant work that Council is doing to protect our natural areas for future generations and create a more livable city for residents today. In addition to natural habitat, we continue to invest in greening our streets and suburbs. There are more than 454,000 street trees across the urban parts of our suburbs, and we're continuing to plant more trees every year. We've identified around 100,000 spaces where we can plant street trees, and we plant 14,000 street trees every year, with a focus on areas where residents would benefit most from shade, like along our footpaths and populated areas. This builds on this administration's commitment to the 2 million trees which were planted in Brisbane between 2008 and 2012. In this year's budget, Mr Chair, $8.8 million was also allocated over the next 4 years to support our Greener Suburbs program, and that supports major landscaping and tree planting activities across all of Brisbane. We are committed to investing and increasing our shade cover and improving the amenity for residents now and into the future.
Further questions? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, my question is to Councillor Murphy. What, if any, approvals has Brisbane City Council given to the Cross River Rail Authority to make changes to the road and footpath infrastructure at the intersection of Annerley Road, Kent Street and Cornwall Street, Annerley, near Dutton Park Rail Station? Will Councillor Murphy rule out widening the road at the expense of pedestrian and cycling safety and access?
Councillor Murphy.
Thank you very much, Councillor Johnson, for the question, Chair, and thank you. I am aware that the state government has now placed in request for change number 8, which is recommending additional truck movements along Annerley Road, Cornwall Street and Kent Street. We're aware that a further change request is coming, change number 9, and we can guess based on the Career Mail article from the 14th of November that these changes will include significant impacts on cycling along Annerley Road. Now, we know that the state government has been forced to change its construction plans because it's now found out that the tunnel curve originally proposed for Cross River Rail...
Point of order, Mr Chairman.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
My question was very clear. It's about what approvals, if any, Brisbane City Council has given, and will he rule out any changes from Brisbane City Council to any changes?
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. I think Councillor Murphy is addressing your question. Councillor Murphy.
Thanks, Chair. So instead of using the tunnel boring construction methodology, they're now proposing a cut and cover method which will dig underneath the existing rail lines. And according to the Career Mail, this will cause significant disruption to both the Gold Coast and the Beenleigh rail services, with them being forced to use 2 tracks, one in each direction, with some services being cancelled over a 2-month period. Now, the Cross River Rail Development Authority spokesman has already confirmed that commuters will be forced onto buses. Now, this cut and cover method will mean...
Point of order, Mr Chairman. My question...
Point of order to you, Councillor.
and resources to manage mosquitoes, and that is a commitment this administration stands by. As anybody who knows who's worked in this place for a number of years, and I've been a councillor, this is my 9th year now, and I don't pretend to know how the budget works inside and out. It's been as complex as it is, and Councillor Allen, through you, Mr Chair, has got that under control quite quickly. Sorry? Oh, sorry. The Lord Mayor has to put a figure in that line item, and he does that every year. And that year, I've got here the allocated budget.
Okay, councillors, stop. I appreciate this is a very important topic. However, I would like the Councillor Marks to be provided the courtesy of having her answer heard in silence, please. Councillor
Thank you,
Marks.
Mr Chair. Yes, the buzzing over from the other side is slightly annoying. Maybe I need to get our crew to come in here and spray this area. Can I say, let's just give some figures here. 2016 to 2017, we allocated a budget of $4,745,000. I'm not going to worry about the few dollars. 2017, 2000.
Councillor Marks, Councillor Cumming, please cease interjecting, or I will move to the Section 21 formal process. Councillor Marks.
Thank you, Mr Chair. This button's getting a workout today. 2017-2018, we budgeted $4,843,000. 2018-2019, we budgeted $4,940,000. 2019-20, we budgeted $5,226,000, and 2021. $5,309,000. Now, I don't know about you, and I wasn't great at maths in my school. I still don't know my times table. I'm not ashamed to admit it. But those figures are going up every year. That's what I can see. But, you know, hey, who am I to argue? So the reality is the Lord Mayor has to put... that's it,
Councillor
that terrible
Cassidy,
buzzing
please cease
noise.
interjecting. Councillor Cassidy, Councillor Marks, please stop. Councillor Cassidy, please cease interjecting, or I will move to the Section 21 formal process. Councillor Marks.
It's like your children, you just learn to ignore that buzzing noise in your ear after a while. So the Lord Mayor has to put a line item in the budget. That's the reality. So he could put $10 million in that line item for next year. And guess what? If the entomologists say don't spray, then we don't spray and we only spend $8 million, then all of next year it's going to be you underspent the budget by $2 million. What would you have us do? Spray $2 million worth of chemicals over an area that doesn't need it? That's just a silly nonsense. Well, yeah, that's true. And yes, Runneling and Gambusia. I've been around long enough to remember even that. Yeah, that's it. So, look, our ground crews have also been hard at work monitoring 2,700 sites and already applying over 20,000 treatments. Fresh water mosquitoes tend to be a bigger problem in the wet summers, and crew will monitor known breeding sites on a weekly basis or after rainfall events. Now, I have in my hand here...
Councillor Marks, your time has expired.
Oh, really? Oh.
Further questions? Councillor Mackay.
My question is to the Chair of the Public and Active Transport Committee, Councillor Murphy. Councillor Murphy, now that public consultation on the Kangaroo Point and Breakfast Creek Green Bridges has wrapped, can you update the Chamber on some of the feedback received? Can you also update the Chamber on the progress of the 2 bridges that land in West End?
Councillor Murphy.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mackay, and thank you for the question. I know how excited you are, Councillor Mackay, about these green bridges, just bursting with excitement and wanting to get underway with construction. So, as you know, this administration has committed to the city's largest ever investment in active transport, including the city-shaping Kangaroo Point and Breakfast Creek Green Bridges. We're ensuring that these vital projects keep moving to help fast-track the city's economic recovery and give residents more choice when it comes to how they get around our city. Our Green Bridges program is now ramping up with several key milestones met just this month. Council has now released consultation outcomes on the draft reference design for the Kangaroo Point Green Bridge and the concept design for the Breakfast Creek Green Bridge. In August 2020, Council released the Kangaroo Point Green Bridge draft reference design and Breakfast Creek Green Bridge concept design for a 4-week community consultation period. The consultation period followed an initial consultation phase in late 2019 where Council undertook technical investigations and assessments throughout 2020 to inform the design of both projects. The designs were released in August and they outline the bridge alignments, landing points, structural forms, as well as the proposed design features and upgrades to ongoing connections to ensure the active transport network for both projects was good at both ends. 6 pop-up events were held at ferry terminals, parks and bridges nearby to the proposed landing locations throughout the consultation period. And an online survey on Council's website enabled people to provide feedback on the Kangaroo Point Green Bridge and the draft reference design for Breakfast Creek. And the project team also met with key stakeholders and received formal submissions. Communications activities have also been updated on Council's website, including fly-through animations, project plans and artists' impressions of the designs. And I think we can all agree they are quite spectacular. Council has reviewed and summarised all feedback to determine the support for the designs and identify key feedback themes. The consultation reports for both projects are now available on Council's website. So more than 2,200 people participated across all consultation activities for both projects, including 1,395 responses to the online survey. Overall, 70% of online survey respondents supported the designs of both the Kangaroo Point and Breakfast Creek Green Bridge, so a very high percentage of support. Feedback during the consultation period will help inform the final designs of the bridges, which will both be refined through the procurement and detailed design phases of both projects during 2021. Accelerating the delivery of these bridges will ensure continued jobs in the local labour market, and these projects are estimated to support more than 500 jobs once construction is underway. Council expects to award the contract for the design and construction of the Kangaroo Point Green Bridge in mid-2021, with construction on this new world-class landmark for Brisbane expected to start next year. On the Breakfast Creek Green Bridge, Council expects to award the contract in late 2021, with works starting late next year as well. Both bridges are expected to be complete by late 2023, subject to approvals. Now, the shortlisted bid teams for both projects boast extensive local, national and international experience, and this brings the benefit of specialist expertise and innovation to the projects that will help Council to deliver the best outcomes for Brisbane residents. The 2 tenders that have been shortlisted with Connect Brisbane, led by B6 Watpac and Hull SRG joint venture, will be invited to bid for the right to design and construct the Kangaroo Point Green Bridge. 3 tenders have been shortlisted to construct the Breakfast Creek Green Bridge, namely Fulton Hogan, Giorgio Brady joint venture, who you may know from such projects as the Indooroopilly Riverwalk, and JF Hull. The shortlisted tenderers for both projects have head or regional offices based in Brisbane, which will bring significant local benefits to our city, including a strong focus on procuring with local supplies and resources, including local materials, and offering apprenticeships and upskilling local subcontractors to build the capability of the local construction industry. Council is now seeking community feedback on potential alignment options for the Toowong to West End and St Lucia to West End Green Bridges. Planning for these 2 bridges, including initial technical investigations and feasibility assessments, is now well underway. The new green bridges will cater for pedestrians and cyclists and create a vital active transport network between growing communities in West End, Toowong, St Lucia, as well as that major trip generator of the University of Queensland. From yesterday, the 23rd of November, until the 29th of January 2021, Council is inviting residents to have their say to help inform the selection of the preferred alignments and landing locations. So throughout 2020, Council has undertaken a range of technical investigations and studies on potential alignments and landing locations for the Toowong to West End and the St Lucia to West End Green Bridges. And this has included transport and traffic modelling. And based on these studies, we now have 3 alignments which the community will be able to
Councillor
look
Murphy,
at, to evaluate
your time
and to
has
select
expired.
the best ones
Councillor
from.
Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. And my question is to the Chair of the City Standards Community Health and Safety Committee, Councillor Marx. Councillor Marx, we've told you in previous questions how bad the mosquito problem is in Brisbane this year. Labor is currently running a petition to see just how serious the issue is and what Brisbane residents are dealing with. We've had hundreds of signatures already, and some of the stories people are sharing are very alarming. Around 1,300 residents have fallen sick with Ross River virus and other mosquito-borne diseases in the Metro North and South regions alone. In some cases, they're having to take months off work. Their hands and their feet are swelling up and their bodies are aching. All this, and it's not even summer yet. We're also in a La Nina weather system now, meaning summer will most likely be monsoonal. This means the potential for more rain and more mosquito hatchings. Councillor Marx, you laughed through most of your last answer. Well, this is not funny. Councillor Marks, what do you have to say to the 1,303 people who've contracted a mosquito-borne disease this year and want council to do more to protect them and their families?
Councillor Marks.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and through you, Mr Chair, to Councillor Cassidy, thank you for the question. Can I just take an interjection that I heard from Councillor Cumming before I got up to speak, where he said quite clearly, she doesn't care. I take great offence to that comment, and I think he should be asked to retract. I take a great deal of pride in my work as the Chair of City Standards Community Health and Safety, and I'm eternally grateful to the Lord Mayor for giving me the opportunity to work in this portfolio. And I would suggest if there is any councillor who thinks that I'm not doing a good job in that role, I'll be happy to hear from you. As I've said twice already, in October, it marked the beginning of the season for council's renewed aerial sprays on the aggressive and pesky salt marsh mosquito. Since the beginning in 1926, our mosquito management program and fleet has evolved to be one of the most sophisticated in Australia.
Point of order to you, Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks, Chair. The Chair is just reading the same pre-prepared answer she had. Well, the question was very clear. The question is very clear. What does the Chair, through you, Chair, what does Councillor Marks have to say to the 1,303 people that have contracted Ross River virus and other mosquito-borne diseases?
I recall the question, and I
want Council to do more.
Councillor, I believe that Councillor Marks was addressing your question. Councillor Marks.
Thank you, Mr Chair. And what I was going to say at the end of the last answer before I got cut off, because there were so many interjections from the other side of the chamber, I actually didn't get a chance to finish my answer. But I actually have in front of me a news article here written by the very esteemed journalist for the Brisbane Times, Lucy Stone, who mentions in her article, Ross River virus cases are thought to spike every 2 to 5 years depending on local rainfall, mosquito numbers and wildlife populations. And as we've said, and many times in this chamber, the mosquito spraying is done at the behest of the entomologists, not the opposition councillors who think they know better. I know Councillor Cassidy also mentioned a petition of some sort. I think he had on Twitter or Facebook or one of those platforms to talk about spraying. We had a look at that. That, from my understanding, is a petition that's data harvesting, and it goes straight to the ALP headquarters. But, you know, there you go.
All right.
So,
councillors now, please allow the answer to be heard in silence. Councillor Marks.
Thank you, Mr Chair.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order. Councillor Cassidy.
Yeah, look, I believe that Councillor Marks might be impugning motive, and I'll just remind her through you that there actually is no privilege in this place. So what you just said then, it could potentially be quite defamatory, I imagine.
Your point of order is impugning motive. I will say once again that no councillor may reflect adversely on another councillor or council officer, and remind all councillors they will not impugn motive. Councillor Marks.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I'm sorry if I've offended the local councillor by inferring that his petition might be data harvesting. I'll leave that to everyone to decide who signs up for the petition and if they start getting emails from various people that they've never heard from before. As I've said before, yes, we are guided by our 2 expert entomologists, and we take to the challenge using helicopters, trucks, quad bikes and officers. Can I remind the chamber that actually the officers who are working in this space are actually listening into the chambers today, because I know they were quite keen to hear potentially the some gratitude or thoughts or thanks from Councillor Cassidy through you, Mr Chair, on his visit out there to them, but it would appear that that's not the case, and he feels that they're not doing the job that they're supposed to do. But I want to say and put on the record that I am very happy with the council officers and what they're doing in that space.
Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
Very careful in all my questions to recognise the hard work of council officers. So again, Councillor Marks is impugning motive. And I'd ask her to withdraw that last statement.
Allow me a moment to reflect.
Point of order, Chair.
I'm still considering your. Do you have a new one? I'm still considering your earlier one.
Very audible interjection twice from Councillor Hammond calling me a bully. for saying that what I said was true, and I'd ask her to maybe go to the hot desk and withdraw that comment.
I apologise, I didn't hear that. I was dealing with your first point of order. Councillor Marks, I am having trouble recalling the exact wording that you used, but would you consider withdrawing?
Sure, at your discretion, Mr Chair, happy to. So, as I was saying, Mr Chair, I was very fortunate a few weeks ago to do a site visit and watch both the aerial and ground works at crews at work. The team's enormous sense of pride in the work that they do.
Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
On relevance, again, the question was, what does Councillor Marks have to say to the 1,303
I appreciate that you've repeated the question 3 times.
She's just reading the same answer time and time again. She needs to answer the question.
Councillor Cassidy. Section 53, number 8, it is not a valid point of order for a councillor to object to an answer merely because that answer is not to that councillor's satisfaction. Councillor Marks.
And I think the question time's over, no? Okay.
No, well, you
right.
have balance. You have a minute 10 if you wish.
All right. Okay, that's fine. All right, thank you there. So as I just wanted to say and finish up saying that I was very fortunate a few weeks ago to do a site visit and watch both the aerial and ground crews at work. The team's enormous sense of pride in the work they do for the people of Brisbane was evident throughout, and again I offer my thanks to them for all the hard work that they do.
That does conclude question time. Councillors.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order to you, Councillor Cassidy.
I move suspension of standing orders to enable me to move the following urgency motion: that Brisbane City Council employs more officers and invests in more resources for its mosquito control team. I'm just attempting to send that through now.
I'll require a seconder, please.
Second that.
I have an urgency motion, excuse me, I have an urgency motion proposed by Councillor Cassidy, seconded by Councillor Strunk. I believe it's been distributed.
Outlook is not responding.
Could you try that again?
I'm desperately trying, Chair.
No, I believe you. I just... Look, in this instance, we will accept that there are minor technical issues and we'll proceed.
Yeah, sorry, it's just not going, Chair. I'm happy to read that out again.
Yeah, would you mind please reading it out again?
Brisbane City Council...
Sorry, Councillor Cassidy, I feel the need to say this. This is only in this instance where the computer system's not working. This is not a new rule. Councillor Cassidy.
My urgency motion is that Brisbane City Council employs more officers and invests in more resources for its mosquito control team.
You have 3 minutes to argue for urgency. Your clock will restart.
Thanks very much, Chair. So look, this is urgent today, particularly urgent now, I think, because we've had the chair of the committee that is responsible for Council's mosquito control program say that she doesn't understand the budget, doesn't understand where the numbers come from, and apparently the Lord Mayor just picks a random number each and every year, and the Lord Mayor picks a random number each year and puts it in the budget, and if they were to put $10 million and underspend it, then...
Point of order to you, Councillor Marks.
Claim to be misrepresented.
That's exactly what was said. So, Chair, this is extremely urgent because we're not even in the full swings of summer yet. We know that there is a La Nina weather pattern being declared already here for Queensland and for Brisbane. So we know that with the 1,300 cases of Ross River fever and other mosquito-borne diseases at record highs, we've not seen these numbers for at least the last 10 years. Case numbers this year have tripled on the north side and doubled on the south side. People are having to take months off work to recover from these illnesses. It's urgent, Chair, because the Bureau of Meteorology has said that an enormous amount of rain will be dumped on Queensland, and that means more mosquito hatchings and a population boom for mosquitoes. The council officers work very hard, and I said that in question time, and I take great offence at Councillor Marks suggesting that I think council officers don't work hard. They all are all about smear, Councillor Griffiths, that's right, but they need more support from this administration. We know from answers to questions on notice today that last year 12 of those staff were sacked. and casuals were put on in place. And it was only months after that was exposed that this administration had to go through a recruitment process.
I appreciate the point you're making, but I believe it to be substantive rather than on a matter of urgency. Please bring your comments back to urgency.
Well, thank you. Thanks very much, Chair. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people are now joining the calls of Labor councillors for more action. They've signed an online petition, which is a legitimate petition that will be presented to this council to invest more in the mosquito control team. We know that last year $1.2 million was underspent. Now, Councillor Marks mentioned the tracked machine, the one tracked machine that's supposed to cover thousands of hectares of spraying environment. Now, those officers work very hard. If they had more colleagues and more equipment, and some of that money, some of that $1.2 million is actually invested in expanding the mosquito control program, we wouldn't be seeing Ross River fever and Barmer virus cases exploding like we are now. So this is urgent, Chair, that we deal with this. This is one of the last opportunities this council body will have before Christmas, before the wet season, to allocate more resources and more council officers, because otherwise this is only going to get a lot worse. This is very urgent, Chair, because the health and safety of Brisbane residents is on the line.
On the matter of urgency, all those who believe this matter to be urgent, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. No. The noes have it. Division called by Councillor Cassidy and Councillor Strunk. Please ring the bells. Apologies, councillors, there's been some minor technical issues today. Please consider the bells have rung. All those in favour of urgency, please say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Thank you. And those against, please say no and raise your hands. No. And thank you. And any abstentions, please raise your hand. Clerks, please read the result when you're ready.
Mr Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 5 in favour, 19 against and 1 abstention.
The noes have it. Councillors, item 5, consideration of committee reports. The Establishment and Coordination Committee, please. The Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I move the report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting held on Monday the 16th of November 2020 be adopted.
Seconded.
It's been moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Landers. The report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting dated Monday the 16th of November 2020 be adopted. Is there any debate? Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Mr Chair. And I seem to have missed question time this afternoon. Not quite sure what happened there, but thank you so much for the chairs answering their questions, even if it was over and over and over again. Before I get to the substantive items today, though, I would want to talk about one of the questions that was asked over and over and over again, and that is the feigned outrage we have from the Leader of the Opposition around the mozzies in Brisbane for this season. And I will actually correct you, Councillor Marks. There was a slight mistake, perhaps, in your comments around the data harvesting for the Labor Party. Not quite correct. The data harvesting is for the unions. Let's make it very clear here. It is about the unions. And I stand here too, and I apologise to every person who gets Ross River fever over this season. It is not a nice disease to have. Been there, done that. In one of the driest places of the world, in Mount Isa, mind you, but we are in a subtropical city and we need to go through the steps that we can to protect ourselves. And one of those steps that council takes is do exactly what Councillor Marks told us this afternoon: listen to our 2 expert entomologists and do exactly as they say. We hear about the La Nina and we hear about the storms, but again, listen. Storms can be a good thing. They flush out the eggs and the larvae, and then our teams can get to work again. So there's some advantages of having a storm season. Again, we hear the quotes from Councillor Cassidy, the worst in 10 years. Well, what do we know about the rainfall this year too? The most in 10 years. There are correlations. But what I say to the people of Brisbane, do not get sucked in, pardon the pun for the mosquitoes, to the petition the so-called legitimate petition, I think he said, that is on the website for fixing Brisbane's mozzie madness this summer. Open it up. Megaphone.org.au.
Councillors, please allow the Deputy Mayor to be heard in silence. Deputy Mayor.
I warn people, this is not a legitimate petition. This is megaphone.org.au, who support workers and their unions with digital campaigns. That is the first definition when you look up what megaphone.org.au is.
No, okay. The objective here is the Establishment and Coordination Committee report. Please limit all interjections. I've asked this a number of times today. The Deputy Mayor, please continue.
Thank you, Mr Chair. As the acting mayor, I didn't get a question today, but in E&C I can go around the world in Brisbane. Thank you very much, Councillor Cassidy, through you, Mr Chair. But I think what people need to be very, very careful of in this petition, this so-called, as they like to say, so-called legitimate petition, is the information they ask you from time to time to supply. Your political opinions, your political party membership, your union membership, your racial or ethnic origin, your sexual orientation, or any other health information, just to list some of the things that you're expected to contribute to this so-called legitimate petition. They are so out of ideas, the only thing they have left whenever they're out of ideas is smears. And we see it here again today. Brisbane is a subtropical city. We deal with mosquitoes much better than cities across the nation because we are a large council. Sydney has more than 20 councils in its small area, and you ask one mayor how they look after the mosquitoes 200 metres down the road when it's in another council. There is no collaboration between those councils in dealing with mosquitoes. They have much worse problems than we do.
Councillor Strunk, please cease interjecting. Deputy Mayor.
I ask the people of Brisbane to be very, very careful. There's many data harvesting out there in the moment that are feigned and called legitimate petitions by this opposition here in council. They have no ideas. We are hearing the same lines year after year after year. And we will work hard to protect the people of Brisbane from mosquitoes, but we are a subtropical city. And people need to do their bit to protect themselves as well, as we educate every year when it comes to mosquito repellent. But don't get sucked in by union petitions that are apparently supposed to be legitimate petitions speaking to the administration about something that is not any more of an issue than it is year on year in a subtropical city. On a brighter note, and literally a brighter note, Christmas in the City has been launched for this year. We tested the lights last night on the Christmas tree, and although it'll be virtual, the Lord Mayor is looking forward to the live stream on Facebook next Tuesday night, so everyone can join them in their lounge rooms to light their Christmas trees as well. We've got a deconstructed Christmas parade going through the city. The lights will still be on City Hall. The tree will be up. The Enchanted Garden goes for weeks with a ticketed event that everybody can get to. And South Bank will have cinemas and markets, drive-in movies, and all of the stuff we love so much about Christmas with a COVID-safe plan as well. We're also lighting our council assets, as we continue to do, to support our community groups to raise awareness for issues that are important for the people of Brisbane to know about. The Zonda Club of Brisbane East is raising funds for their projects towards a common goal to improve legal, educational, economic and the health status of women, and therefore that will be lit up on the 24th of November at Victoria and Story Bridges, the Tropical Dome and Brisbane City Hall in orange. Wednesday marks United Nations International Day to End Violence Against Women. The light-up has been organised by White Ribbon Australia, and Victoria and Story Bridges will be lit in white which you say, how do you light in white? It does actually look different to what the normal lights do on both of those bridges. Thursday and Friday, we've got the bridges, Radcliffe Place Sculptures, Tropical Dome, in purple for the Lord Mayor's Charitable Trust annual Christmas appeal as well. This one's been going for more than 50 years and they do an amazing job to make sure we help the most vulnerable and marginalised members of the community. I was out at Brisbane Racing Club last week where we had all our elves wrapping the presents for those people in the community, and there was some fantastic gifts that they are going to be getting over the next couple of weeks. Many items before us today, Mr Chair, as I go through that. The first, of course, that time of the quarter again for the annual operational plan and quarterly report in item A, reflecting the change in Council's financial position for the period ended 25th of September 2020 and record variances in any of the delivery that we saw from the annual plan. It shows our approved budget against the year-to-date results. I have to say it, I'm going to steal it from the finance chair. It is a snapshot in time. But it is the approved budget against the year-to-date results. And obviously this year has been very different to any other years we've seen in Brisbane's history. It gives an overview of the commercial operations and the financial well-being of our business activities. There are permanent financial changes reported that are permanent, require a change in the budget. They will be dealt with in the budget review. But like all industries and all areas of the economy, the COVID pandemic has actually impacted many of Council's activities, but we continue to work diligently to ensure sound financial management while delivering for Brisbane residents. COVID, obviously way out of our control, and you'll see a few things that actually are reflected in that. A decrease in developer contributions due to the lower levels of developer activities in the currency period, and decreases in interest revenue as a direct result of lower interest earning rates and lower average cash balance. Importantly, though, we continue to demonstrate effective financial management and illustrate an overview of financial statements, and our results are within the targets, indicating that financial risks are also being effectively managed. Item B is the calendar for next year of council and committee meetings, dates and recesses, which is very important to make sure we can plan ahead, not that we can go anywhere other than planning ahead for when we have a break from chambers for next year. It's the standard submission at this time every year, and the proposed before us is 29 council meetings in 2021, as we see in any standard non-election year as well. In item C, we have got the renaming of the road use management policy, renaming it to the transport network management policy to reflect a whole of network approach. This is about consistent strategic management of our transport network, updating references so that it actually includes the name of the local government authorities in South East Queensland, ensuring it all aligns with and reflects the principles of our transport plan for Brisbane. The Transport Plan was developed to be consistent with current Queensland Government and Brisbane City Council planning and strategy documents.
Move for extension.
Seconded.
An extension of time has been moved by Councillor Landers, seconded by Councillor Hutton. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it. Councillor Adams.
Thank you to the chamber. The Transport Plan directs the development and management of Brisbane's transport network over the next 25 years and beyond. So the plan also articulates how our transport networks link into the regional, state, national and international networks and are managed by various government and non-government entities. So this is the framework to ensure we meet our transport needs into the future, as well as being flexible for any opportunities or challenges that we see ahead of us. Item D is the proposed sale of surplus lands, lots 3 to 7 Lytton Road, East Brisbane, and 605 Kingsford Smith Drive, Hamilton. Both these projects are obviously now complete. In Wynnum, we have proposed lots that are zoned low, medium density under the city plan. And in Kingsford Smith, the site has a split zoning of industrial investigation zone and emerging community, currently or until recently being used for site offices for the KSD project. Again, now completed, the offices will be removed and the site vacant and surplus to requirements for council. Item E before us today is the 1920 carbon accounts and the public disclosure summary. We achieved very proudly in 2017 the first carbon neutral level of government in Australia and the largest carbon neutral government in Australia. An achievement that we are extremely proud of and shows our commitment to practical action to tackle climate change. So Council's carbon neutral status is certified against the Australian Government's Climate Active Carbon Neutral Standard for organisations, and our reporting shows that Council's carbon footprint has reduced by 7% since 16-17. So we have done a lot to actually help this reduction of our carbon footprint. Solar panels across our council facilities, retrofitting street lights with energy efficient lamps, increasing our electric vehicles in our passenger fleet, diverting organic waste out of landfill through green waste collections, Love Food, Hate Waste campaign, and of course purchasing renewable energy. There is a lot of talk on climate action from others, but this administration is very proud in that they are actually doing the work. You won't find any carbon neutral state governments, not even a single department in Queensland as well. You may also remember we just recently won the National Climate Award for our charging strategy for the fully electric Brisbane Metro fleet, and we are currently working with households through the Brisbane Carbon Challenge to help households reduce their emissions and save on household bills. Item G is the Stores Board submission for significant contracting plan for bulk fuel, lubricants and diesel exhaust fluid. They are required, obviously, for our buses, trucks, vehicles and equipments for transport for Brisbane, Fleet Solutions, Bracalba Quarry and other asphalt and aggregate sites. So we currently have contracts with BP for fuel, Caltex and Castrol for lubricants, Non-Ox for diesel exhaust fluids, and this category previously included fuel cards, which is now subject to a separate arrangement. The contract expires on the 31st of March and we are seeking a new contract of up to 7 years. This is a key driver for value under this contract is the aggregated purchasing power of Council, and we are looking forward to engaging with Fuel Track to independently monitor the fuel pricing to ensure we do get value through the pricing for this contract. And last but not least, we've got the property resumption at Melton Road and House Road for the upgrade of the intersection in Nunda. Currently, it's a priority controlled intersection with stop signs in place on Melton Road. The problem is both congestion and safety. So we've got Toombul Shopping Centre, Toombul Rail Station, both very close. The roads can get very busy during peak periods and tends to build up on Melton Road while cars are waiting to find a safe gap to enter in through House Road. So to fix these issues, Council will be constructing a roundabout which will help regulate traffic flows, ensure cars entering from all approaches are able to find a gap to navigate through the intersection. It can't be constructed within the existing corridor and therefore a partial resumption of one property is necessary to undertake the work. More importantly, as well as safety for drivers, we'll be constructing the 2.5 metre shared path at the intersection so there's better accessibility and safety for cyclists and walkers as well. The item before us is to seek approval to make an application to the Minister of Natural Resources, Mines and Energy for this partial resumption, and we look forward to getting underway with construction in 2021. Thank you, Mr Chair.
Further speakers? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. I was to speak on all these items and just ask that item A at the outset be taken seriatim for voting purposes.
Item A, seriatim for voting.
Yes, thank you.
Please proceed.
Thanks very much, Chair. So starting with A, this financial report really illustrates just how much the Lord Mayor and his LNP team love to talk the talk, but fail to back up their words with any action. Expenses are down by $40.6 million and capital spending is down by almost $15 million. Only 16.4% of the budget has been expended here, and that's 25% of the way through the year. So much for boosting spending to generate jobs on the back of a pandemic. This Lord Mayor, when he's here, when he's not in isolation, of course, bangs on about Brisbane's economic recovery, or so-called economic recovery, here in Council. And as we head into the worst recession in the last that we've seen in the last 100 years, you've really got to scratch your head and wonder why things are going so off track in this budget. Only the biggest and flashiest projects have been fast-tracked, the bendy buses and the green bridges, but they won't create any jobs, according to this administration, until 2022 or 2023. So everything else, every other job-creating project is being left by the wayside at the expense of those projects. We need jobs now. We need to be getting on with the business of delivering those thousands of shovel-ready projects across our suburbs, in every suburb in Brisbane. Instead, we're seeing a $4.2 million delay in road resurfacing and a $12.2 million delay to parks projects. $3.6 million that was supposed to be spent on works at sporting and iconic parks, and $2 million is meant to be delivering new parks, has been delayed. Once again, our suburbs are being neglected by this LNP administration, and our economic recovery is being suffocated. There's even a $2.7 million delay in the Economic Recovery Task Force project. Just think about that for a minute. This is the centrepiece of this Lord Mayor and this administration's response to COVID-19 and the recession that is going to follow that health pandemic, and they can't even progress the centrepiece of that budget, the Economic Recovery Task Force project. The administration's own statistics chair suggests that jobs in Brisbane won't fully recover until 2022, and yet here today we're seeing the evidence of a complete lack of effort to stimulate the city's economy. It may seem like common sense to most people out there, but delaying shovel-ready projects won't help a city recover from an economic crisis. In fact, it will do quite the opposite. Now, I'm not sure how many times Chair Labor has to remind the Lord Mayor and the LNP of this, but we'll continue to do so until they understand and start prioritising basic community services and works in our suburbs. If ever there was an example of how hollow council's ability to deliver on the basics, here it is, where, as we've been talking about today, heading into a La Nina cycle and coming into a summer storm season, and yet this administration has $1 million worth of delayed drainage construction and resilience works. So we've already had flooding this year in some parts of the city, and the rains are only predicted to get more monsoonal. So why is the Lord Mayor delaying drainage works? It should be a top priority before the full wrath of a La Nina hits and residents' homes start flooding. Now, we heard last week from the acting mayor that in administration you have to prioritise. Well, it's clear from this progress report before us today that Team Schrinner has all the wrong priorities. They focus on token projects like bonsai tree houses, and our suburbs fall by the wayside. We don't have curbside collection thanks to this Lord Mayor. We also have thousands of streets without footpaths and thousands of cracked and dangerous footpaths. These are the basic community services that and projects the council can do now, today, creating jobs and a more livable, inclusive city. But Team Schrinner continues to fail, Chair. In Clause B, Council Standing Committee and meeting dates for the period for 2021. The report outlines those 29 council sitting days, 25 committee meetings and 6 days of budget meetings, which is in line with 2019. In 2020, we sat for fewer days, of course, due to the caretaker period and council elections earlier this year. Clause C, road use management policy update. Expired, the previous one, the road use management policy expired in February 2020. This not only updates the policy, it also renames it to the Transport Network Management Policy. Before the amendment, the policy only aimed to align with the Transport for Brisbane Strategic Directions Plan approved by Council nearly 2 years ago now. This policy now includes references to micro-mobility users and motorcyclists. It also explicitly states an aim to reduce the proportion of private motor vehicle trips. Labor councillors believe that with the impacts of this pandemic, people's travel behaviours are changing fundamentally, and Council does need to adapt to and support this. Bike sales have gone through the roof since COVID-19. According to reports, 99 bikes spent millions to expand their businesses due to the huge surge in demand. This shows Brisbane's shift towards active transport as a daily means of travel, not just a form of exercise. as COVID-19 restrictions continue to lift in Queensland, Labor councillors have called for this Lord Mayor to invest in more pedestrian and cycling infrastructure right around our city, including our most far-flung suburbs. If Team Schrinner had acted sooner throughout this pandemic, we would have made our communities more accessible as residents returned to school and work, and would have supported a much-needed jobs boost and a genuine mode shift. While this change of policy to include a wider approach is certainly welcome, it is only a small step in the right direction. On to clause D, the asset optimisation, surplus property disposal, lots 3 to 7 Lytton Road, East Brisbane, and 605 Kingston Smith Drive, Hamilton. These two lots, one in East Brisbane and Hamilton, as we've heard, both are left over from those projects, Wynnum Road and the Kingston Smith Drive disaster. The valuation of these properties are commercial in confidence. We're not allowed to mention that in this chamber publicly, but the combined estimate sale figure is quite significant. We saw what happened with the leftover contingency money from the Kingston Smith Drive project. Without any consultation, the Lord Mayor decided to give that back as a very small, tiny one-off rates rebate. That money could have paid for 3 years of curbside collection, and our own detailed and wide-reaching poll shows that what Brisbane residents would have preferred, and that was curbside collection in a massive, massive way. So taking that into account, Chair, I'd just like to move the suspension of standing orders to enable me to move the following urgency motion now, that Brisbane City Council reinstate curbside collection using the revenue from the sale of lots 3 to 7 Lytton Road, East Brisbane, and 605 Kingston Smith Drive, Hamilton.
Councillor Cassidy, could you take another swing at
yes, that one's gone through, I believe.
That one has gone through. That's good. I also require a seconder.
Second.
It's been moved by Councillor Cassidy, seconded by Councillor Strunk. This matter of urgency that will be distributed to all councillors momentarily. Councillor Cassidy, 3 minutes to urgency, please. Your clock will reset in a moment.
Sure, thank you.
Please proceed.
Thanks, Chair. This is urgent now today because we need to direct and assign this money before the Lord Mayor wastes it. We know from the last council meeting just last week, the acting mayor said this administration has to make tough decisions and prioritise, and that was her quote. And this is urgent today, Chair, because Team Schrinner goes and spends, we know what their priorities are. They go and spend $2.6 million on a bonsai treehouse while rubbish and illegal dumping is piling up across Brisbane. So clearly we know the priorities are all wrong. We know what residents want. They want curbside collection back. It should never have been cancelled in the first place. This is urgent, Chair, because councils need to get the basics right, and that's the feedback that we consistently get when we talk about the Lord Mayor's decision to cancel curbside collection. People always think of those 3 R's, roads, rates and rubbish. There's nothing more basic than that. Yet the Lord Mayor is responsible for thousands of footpathless streets, hiking rates twice next year, and cancelling curbside collection. So we have an opportunity here today to redirect the money that is going to be coming to council from the sale of these properties into curbside collection. This issue comes up regularly in these council meetings, and regularly the LNP make the decision that they don't want to talk about curbside collection. They don't want to have a debate about different ways to reinstate curbside collection. Each and every time this administration gets up, they say, Labor has no ideas. Well, Chair, here's another idea for them to reinstate curbside collection. It's clear that the Lord Mayor and this administration is not listening, and they're not serving Brisbane residents in the way in which they deserve or expect. People want to have curbside collection back. A recent poll of Brisbane residents, which was 4,286 responses received.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
4,228.
Point of order to you, Deputy Mayor.
Will Councillor Cassidy take a question?
Councillor Cassidy, will you take a question?
No.
No. Also, while there's a break, could I just draw you back to urgency, please?
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. So of the 4,286 responses received, 4,228 wanted curbside collection reinstated instead of a one-off $29 rates rebate. And these were residents right across Brisbane, in all of your wards as well. So, Chair, this is urgent because the Lord Mayor failed to ask the people of Brisbane what they wanted before making a decision last time. The Lord Mayor threw down to us a few weeks ago and we took him at his challenge and asked the people of Brisbane what they would prefer, and they spoke loudly and clearly. They want to see curbside collection reinstated, and here is a perfect way to do it. The sale of these properties can fund the reinstatement of curbside collection, and we should do that.
Councillors, on the matter of urgency, all those who believe this matter to be urgent, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. No. The noes have it. Division called by Councillor Cassidy and Councillor Strunk. Please ring the bells. All right. Councillors, all those in favour of urgency, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye. Thank you. All those against, please say no and raise your hand. Aye. And thank you. And those abstaining, please raise your hand. I think that's Councillor Shree.
Point of order.
Oh, excuse me. Sorry, apologies.
Oh, sorry.
Clerks, please read the result.
Mr Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 6 in favour and 18 against.
The noes have it.
Point of order.
Point of order to you, Councillor Johnston.
Yes, Mr Chairman, I've just had some feedback that the external broadcast has been dropping out. Can you just confirm that we are recording and that the external broadcast is live and working properly?
We are recording and the live broadcast is, to the best of my knowledge, working properly at this time. There was a period earlier today where audio dropped out, but not video. And so we maintained video streaming. There was a period where audio was not streaming, but my understanding is that audio and video are working at the moment. Councillor Cassidy, you have some time remaining.
Thank you.
I will reset your clock. My record shows 1 minute 40 seconds for the balance of your presentation. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks, Chair. That is extremely disappointing. We've had the Deputy Mayor, the Acting Mayor, get up at the start of ENC. I thought it actually would be a little different, having a different person in that chair, but true to form, whoever sits in that chair spends more time talking about Labor and Labor councillors than they do about their side and their ideas. But the Acting Mayor said, oh, Labor comes in here with no ideas. Well, there was an idea and the administration didn't even have the guts to debate it.
Councillor Cassidy, can I please draw you back to the substantive motion in front of us, please?
Thanks, Chair. So on Clause E, the carbon account. So here we have a very interesting set of numbers before us today. So Council's carbon footprint was 596,882,000 tonnes of CO2 equivalent, which is up by almost 267 tonnes on last year. So our footprint is on the rise, but it's still business as usual from the LNP administration. Last time this came to the chamber, we raised concerns about council's over-reliance on Chinese carbon credits to meet council's carbon neutral goals. And since that meeting in October, absolutely nothing has changed from this administration's approach. We're still seeing, that's right, we're still seeing this council achieve carbon neutrality by throwing ratepayer money at overseas credits. Ratepayers' money is being spent on projects like the Three Gorges Dam, which flooded more than 100 villages. If ratepayers really knew where their money was going and how this council was achieving...
Councillor Cassidy, your time has expired.
I'd like to move an extension, please.
Seconded. An extension of time has been moved by Councillor Strunk, seconded by Councillor Griffiths. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it. Councillor Cassidy, 10 minutes.
Thanks very much, Chair. If ratepayers really knew where their money was going and how this council was achieving carbon neutrality, I'm sure they'd be fairly shocked and disappointed. We should be investing in local renewable energy projects and supporting local climate-friendly initiatives and local carbon offsetting initiatives. This administration talks a big game about buying local, but time and time again, Team Schrinner contradicts themselves. The more we invest in local renewable energy initiatives and carbon offsets here in Australia, the more high-tech jobs that will come online in Brisbane. Jobs are now more important than ever before. By investing in local renewable technologies and initiatives, we can boost local jobs numbers and do good by future generations at the same time. Instead, this administration is taking the easy way out to get its carbon neutral status by purchasing cheap Chinese credits. What's also concerning is that council is only achieving carbon neutrality after taking the emissions from landfill out of the equation. Landfill would arguably be one of council's biggest contributors to emissions. There's much more that could be done to better manage our waste and reduce our carbon footprint in this space. Initiatives like FOGO would really benefit this city. We've got 80,000 tonnes of organic waste that could be transformed into nutrient-rich fertiliser and used strategically. Instead, we're just piling that up into landfill beside plastics. Another example where we could have a real impact on our carbon footprint is by reducing the amount of fuel used by council's bus fleet. Council spends around $26 million on bulk fuels, as we'll discuss in the next E&C item, but we should be starting to steer away from this huge fuel consumption and instead towards clean fuel alternatives, not just like electric buses, but like hydrogen buses. The state and federal governments both have hydrogen on their agenda, and as Australia's largest council, we really should as well. This council needs to be doing more than the bare minimum and shouldn't be cutting corners to achieve a carbon neutral title on paper and paper alone. It's not good enough to have a carbon neutral council. We should be aiming for a carbon neutral city, and that's what Labor councillors will continue to push for. Council should get serious about reducing its own carbon footprint, but it should also be setting the standard and leading by example. This council should be ambitious, not reserved. Simply filling out paperwork is not leading. Having a comprehensive and ambitious plan to make Brisbane carbon neutral, not just Brisbane City Council, but the City of Brisbane carbon neutral is leading. But we don't have that from this administration, Chair. The next item, the significant contracting plan for bulk fuel. Following on from the carbon accounts and public disclosure summary, Clause F is ironically for the purchase of almost $200 million worth of fossil fuel over the next 7 years. This Stores Board submission for a significant contracting plan is to set up the CPA for the purchase of bulk fuel, lubricants and diesel exhaust fluid to replace the existing arrangement. According to the report before us, almost all of the fuel purchased, 97%, will be used to run Brisbane's bus fleet. Which highlights again how important it is for council to be doing more to explore and implement alternative technologies, including electric buses and definitely hydrogen buses. Clause G, finally, is the Melton Road and Howes Road intersection upgrade. We note that there is an objection to the resumption from a neighbour who is vision impaired and concerned about not being able to cross that intersection safely. While not in relation to the resumption per se, we certainly hope the residents' concerns have been carefully considered and addressed in the design of the roundabout. It's vitally important when making changes to any road network that the safety of pedestrians is carefully considered. Labor councils will be supporting this property resumption on the premise that these safety concerns will be addressed.
Further speakers? Councillor Cunningham.
Yes, thanks, Mr Chair. I rise to speak on item E, and as the Acting Mayor said, Brisbane City Council achieved carbon neutral status in 2017, and to this day, we are Australia's largest carbon neutral government, which is more than what I can say for others up the road. In accordance with the requirements of the Climate Active Carbon Neutral Program, Council has prepared a public disclosure statement that outlines the emissions boundary for our carbon neutral status and the details of all the emission sources that make up our carbon footprint. It also includes information relating to emissions reduction projects undertaken by Council and details of carbon offsets purchased, including the co-benefits that are associated with specific offset purchases, wherever they may be. It is important for Council to provide this level of transparency around our carbon neutral status. Council has committed $24 million over the last 4 years to achieve and maintain carbon neutral status for our operations, and this budget has been used to fund the implementation of internal energy efficiency, renewable energy or other emissions reduction projects, renewable energy purchases and carbon offset purchases, as well as market intelligence in relation to forward pricing of these products. Councillors will be well aware that for many years, Council was Australia's largest carbon neutral organisation, Australia's largest. This year, we handed that crown just to a little organisation known as Telstra. Nevertheless, Council remains the largest carbon neutral government organisation certified under the Australian Government's Climate Active Carbon Neutral Program. We're pleased that more organisations are following Council's lead and taking practical climate action like this administration. Now, as Councillor Cassidy, through you, Mr Chair, knows, and we have been over this time and time again, climate change is a global issue and emissions don't hover over a single country. We support a mixture of offsets and reducing our carbon footprint right around the world. So I also would like to reject that we don't have a plan for Brisbane residents. Just this month, if you paid attention in committee through you, Mr Chair, to Councillor Cassidy, he would have learned about our plan to reduce the residents' emissions through the Brisbane Carbon Calculator, and I challenge him to take it up. Thank you.
Further speakers? Further speakers? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you. I rise to speak on the, annual quarterly report at item B, the road use management policy at item C, the carbon account at item E, and item D, the asset optimisation matter. I'd also like item D taken seriatim for voting purposes.
Item D, seriatim for voting. Please proceed.
Firstly, just with respect to item C, very quickly, the road use management plan. Policy update. The only thing I'm going to say about this is the transport plan that this interlinks with was probably one of the worst documents that I've ever seen come out of council, and that is saying a fair bit. It was a plan without projects. It was a glorious bureaucratic document without necessary substance and practicality, and it's just disappointing to see that council continues to prioritise that document. It's the most ridiculous document I've ever seen. With respect to the asset sales, I appreciate that the Labor Party have a course of action with respect to asset sales here, and they thought that that money should go back into waste management. That was a very good suggestion, I thought. I do take a slightly different point of view. The Liberal Party and the Liberal National Party are the most singular advocates of attacking the Labor government for asset sales, and here they are doing exactly the same thing. It's even more telling on a day when this council is saying there is not enough tree cover in Brisbane. So my view, this land should be kept, we should be planting it out, and we could have more green space and pocket parks around Brisbane. So I don't support the sale of this land and believe that we could be putting it to a greener purpose, which would help meet our biodiversity and green cover goals in the city. And shame on the Liberals for selling off assets, because I know they don't like doing that. More importantly, I want to make some quick remarks on the annual operational plan and then carbon offsets. Firstly, on the plan, oh my goodness. It's really interesting to see how poorly the long-serving and experienced LNP team are going with respect to the council budget. Let's remember it's only in March they were re-elected. They made a big deal out of their experience and competence, and yet here we come and we see at the budget review, the first budget review, the first health check of how we are tracking, and we see that the LNP administration have fallen asleep at the wheel. They have massively underspent in the council budget and on the basics. And this is the worst part of what they have done. This is the failure of the leadership and administration of those officers. They have failed to deliver on really simple, basic services. So, for example, there is a massive $1.5 million underspend in park maintenance. At a time when our communities are at home, local and in their parks on a more regular basis and more than ever, what's this council done? Have they actually delivered on what they said they'd do? No, they're not meeting basic requirements. So that's a massive underspend in basic park maintenance. There's been a massive underspend in drainage, $1.3 million underspent on basic drainage projects, which is compounded and made worse by the fact that they actually got an extra $1.7 million in revenue in from developers. So it's actually a $3 million underspend in drainage. Now, this happens all the time, but it just reflects what poor financial managers these people are, what poor project managers these people are, and how they are absolutely incapable of delivering on the basic services and maintenance that our community expects. Now, before we hop up and we hear the usual denials about this being a snapshot in time, in my view, it's probably one of those photo booth photos that's gone horribly wrong and you look like an idiot because the LNP administration, this snapshot is damning. It's one of those photos that you wouldn't put in the photo book, you wouldn't put it on your Facebook page. It reflects poorly on the administration and it just demonstrates that yet again, the people who stood up only a few months ago and said, trust us, we'll get the city moving, we've got the experience to deliver, and here they are, so far behind, out of the gate, and you can tell they're not interested in doing this work, they're not interested in being proactive, and you can see it in our city every single day. I think it was really interesting that Councillor Cassidy put the following stat out, that it was 25% of the budget, 16% of it's been delivered. I mean, that's just shocking. Shocking. When you said specifically to the people of Brisbane you wanted to support them, you wanted to do more. There's a couple of things that I particularly want to mention, which is in particular Norman Creek. So in the Chair's own ward, there's been an underspend of $2.1 million on the Norman Creek 2012-2031 project. So the chair of the Parks, Environment and Sustainability Committee, the local councillor, has been unable to deliver one of the landmark environmental projects in this city, an underspend of $2.1 million. There have been other major underexpends as well. In waste, I'd be really interested to find out why we're underspending on basic waste services. Probably it's the cuts to curbside collection and other things. So this quarterly financial report and plan is a litany a litany of failures by the LNP Council administration, who are asleep at the wheel, who are not interested in doing the hard work to make sure that basic services and maintenance are being delivered throughout the city. And, you know, if we hear the usual, it's a snapshot in time, it is a damning one. And you should be ashamed of the way in which this council is going about having flim-flammed the Brisbane residents about their experience. Well, their only experience that I can see is their failure to deliver on what they promise. Now, that brings me to the carbon accounts and that document. Oh, my goodness gracious me. I mean, I think it says everything, and I'm sorry, Councillor Cunningham is still a fairly new councillor, but when someone is prepared to vote on budget documents that show a failure to deliver a basic project in her own ward that she's in charge of, and then she hops up and defends this document, the Carbon Accounts Public Disclosure Summary. Let me be clear for the residents of Brisbane about the carbon accounting Brisbane does. Yes, we're carbon neutral, but how did we get there? We got there by buying 540,000 tonnes of carbon from China and India. Yes. We bought approximately 33,000 tonnes from Queensland, 10,000 from New South Wales and 5,000 from the Northern Territory. It is disgraceful that this council is going about buying offsets from China and India and not investing in either local offsets in Queensland or in Australia, or, more importantly in my view, in practical projects that reduce our energy consumption. Now, I know that council has started doing some of these projects with solar panels on some council buildings. This is a step in the right direction, and there should be more emphasis on practical projects that deliver reductions in our energy use and our use of renewables as a city. Buying a phenomenal 90% of your offsets from China and India is an appalling decision. It is a waste of ratepayers' funds, and that money can be better invested in local industries in Queensland and in Australia, which is not happening. Now, again, this administration sticks its head up constantly and says, we'll spend money locally, we'll spark jobs. This money's just being shovelled out the door to China and India.
Councillor Johnston, your time has expired. Further speakers? Councillor Murphy.
Thanks very much, Chair. Look, I rise to just speak to item F, the significant contracting plan for bulk fuels, lubricants and diesel exhaust fluid. As we know, these services are required to provide these essential pieces of machinery for running the trucks, the buses, the vehicles, the equipment, and in the main, this is all for Transport for Brisbane, Fleet Solutions, Bracalba Quarry, and the other asphalts and aggregate sites. So we'll be seeking a 7-year contract under this SCP. Now, the current contracts for fuel are with BP. The contracts for lubricants are with Caltex and Castrol, with some proprietary oils for Bracalba Hyde machinery. And diesel exhaust fluid, the contract is with Nonox. That is the additive that scrubs the emissions out of the diesel. Now, this category previously included fuel cards, which is now subject to a separate arrangement, and fuel for ferry operations. However, this component is now managed with the new ferry operator Sealink, so that's Council has lowered its risk profile there. These contracts, current contracts will expire in March 2021, and the current expenditure is around $27 million annually, so quite a significant contract for Council. As I mentioned, Transport for Brisbane is 97% of the total annual spend, and our spend is associated with the public transport contracts that we hold with TransLink, and TFB's fuel costs are then reimbursed through the TransLink operating agreement. As I mentioned, this is not only for fuel but also lubricants and diesel exhaust fluid. We expect all major fuel suppliers within Brisbane to participate in this tender, given the size of the contract. There's been a number of movements within the fuel industry that will result in strong competition between operators, And since the last tender, we now have a local company here in Brisbane that is manufacturing AdBlue and is very keen to participate in this tender. We've also seen improved contract specifications for quality control and safety when delivering to council sites. And the key driver for value under this contract is the aggregated purchasing power that council holds. We are one of the biggest purchasers of fuel in the city, and we have 954 diesel buses. I think it's fair to say that Brisbane is already leading the way in cutting vehicle pollution with the fully electric award-winning Brisbane Metro, which will save an estimated 50,000 tonnes of greenhouse gas emissions over 20 years, and obviously fuel cost savings when it comes into operation in 2023. We have a proven track record of reducing emissions across all of council's operations, and we're always looking for new and innovative ways to reduce our carbon footprint. But we've got to take into account what we can afford as a city. And the technology development in buses is not quite there yet for what will work in a subtropical city. That's why we're doing the e-bus trial, which I'll talk a little bit about later in council today. We know there's trials all around the world of electric buses, and we have a standard run time, a cost to acquire and a cost to run to look out for, as well as the comfort and safety of our passengers, particularly air conditioning. Air conditioning is a massive thing in a subtropical city, and it was this administration which made sure that all buses in the city were fully air conditioned. Under Labor, you just had to sort of hang your head out the window and hope to catch a cool breeze, but it was this administration that did that, and let's not forget that. By the way, our enhanced environment, our CNG fleet, so the current gas fleet, they meet the standards for enhanced environmental vehicle emission standards, and since that time diesel vehicles have now leapfrogged that standard with Euro 6 emission standards being applied across a large portion of the fleet, and particularly all of our new bus purchases. And it's worth noting that the Australian standard for vehicle emissions is actually Euro 5, so council is ahead of where the Australian standard is in terms of our purchasing for future fleet. Councillor Cassidy said it was sort of a shame that we're purchasing all this diesel to fuel our buses. I mean, this is the same council who comes in here week on week and says we need to bring back curbside collection, we need to spend more money, and here he is advocating for a wholesale replacement overnight of a diesel bus fleet that works perfectly well, that there's no issues with, to replace it with hydrogen and electricity long before those technologies have matured and are a sensible purchasing decision for a fleet as large as ours. And he also mentioned that the state have appointed a hydrogen minister. Well, I'd love to be able to bottle up a hydrogen minister and put it in the tank of our entire bus fleet, but a hydrogen minister doesn't actually necessarily make for a sustainable fuel option for Brisbane City Council's transport fleet. We are talking about over 2,000 buses. We are talking about a system that moves 78 million people annually. This is an enormous public transport fleet, as well as all the other vehicles within fleet services and asset services. We're not going to make knee-jerk decisions based on the fact that the state has now appointed a minister for hydrogen. So, with those few words, we support this contract. We support value for money for Brisbane ratepayers. We know that we want to move away from diesel technology, which is why we're doing the e-bus trial. It's why Brisbane Metro is fully electric, but it is going to take some time, and diesel buses will be with us for many years to come.
Further speakers? Councillor Landis.
Mr Chair, I move that council now adjourn for afternoon tea for 15 minutes, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked.
Seconded.
I have a motion moved by Councillor Landis, seconded by Councillor Hutton, that this council now adjourn for the purpose of afternoon tea for a period of 15 minutes, commencing when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it. Thank you, councillors. Councillors, welcome back from tea. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Strunk.
Thank you, Chair. Listen, I rise to speak to item E, the carbon credit accounts. And, Mr. Chair, I don't know, sitting here and listening to the debate in regards to the purchase of carbon credits and all that from my esteemed colleagues and others here in the chamber. I think, and I want to really speak about, I suppose, in my own ward, what's actually happening. I think there's a correlation between purchasing carbon credits and the loss of canopy right across this city of Brisbane. Now, I know there's been some figures recently come out in regards to the loss of canopy of 1.4%, and I just think when we claim carbon neutrality, right? I suppose you can claim carbon neutrality if you purchase your way out of being out of that, and we spend millions and millions of dollars a year on purchasing carbon credits so that we can sort of wrap ourselves in the flag of carbon neutrality, and I just don't think that's the right way of going about it, as my leader here said in his address on this. I think it's important that we undertake our own projects. I just remember, I'm old enough to remember back in the Bob Hawke days when he said he was going to plant 1 million trees, right, for carbon, because of the carbon issues, even back then in the 80s, I suppose it was. And I think purchasing these carbon credits from countries overseas, especially in the Northern Hemisphere, why aren't we just doing that work here on a continent that is the most arid in the world? We should be planting our own trees. We should be reducing our carbon footprint by planting our own trees. And guess what? What happens with trees is they make oxygen. And you can never have too many trees. Listen, I live in a ward called Forest Lake, and we have a lot of trees, and we have a big lake, which is being looked after. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Kim. Anyways, so consequently, no, I didn't say that. Councillor Marks, thank you very much. Anyways, so I just think it's important that we do the work here in Australia, in southeast Queensland, in Brisbane, and we don't buy what we should be doing ourselves from overseas. And I know China is one of our biggest trading partners, and I know, of course, India is a very big trading partner as well, and growing. But listen, we should do the work here. I just wanted to go on the record with my constituents to say we should do the work here. We should improve our own environment. We should be doing that before everything else. And once this council can claim absolute neutrality, because we've done as much as we can do ourselves, right, then, okay, maybe we have to purchase some carbon credits. But we should really do the work now ourselves. And so thank you, Chair. I'll end my comments there.
Further speakers? Councillor McLaughlin.
Oh, thank you, Mr Chair. I rise to speak on items C, D and G, the items before us in the E&C report. First up, item C relates to the road use management policy update, about which there's been some discussion. Mr Chair, Council is responsible for managing 94% of roads in the Brisbane local government area, which is some 8,500 kilometres of roads. We have 875 kilometres of bikeways and over 900 bridges. But beyond those stats, it's important that we have a refreshed policy that outlines what the infrastructure needs to achieve. That's what this item relates to, item C. It's an update on the road use management policy, which outlines our strategy and guiding principles for making decisions about our travel network. The road use management policy needed to be updated to align with the transport plan for Brisbane strategic directions document, which was approved by Council in 2018, and I did hear some earlier discussion about that. Councillor Johnson isn't in the chamber anymore, but Councillor Johnson had her spray about the transport plan for Brisbane without actually saying anything about the initiative in front of us. So just looking, I went back and looked at the transport plan for Brisbane strategic directions, the implementation plan, Mr Chair, for 2018, and see things that were included there as a strategic deliverable, like green bridges. like e-wheeling, issues that have been before us for discussion here today. So can I say that the Transport Plan for Brisbane was an excellent document that has provided the framework for what we're providing in terms of infrastructure, and what this policy is about is to better align with the things that we are doing. It will be renamed, Mr Chair, the Transport Network Management Policy, and it does reflect our whole of network approach to managing transport in Brisbane. It now gives greater recognition to public and active transport needs, community wellbeing, the environment, sustainability goals and broader economic outcomes. In terms of content, the updated policy reflects the outcomes we want to see for our city, as outlined in the Transport Plan and Brisbane Vision 2031. Some examples of changes include the recognition that there's a growing demand to walk and cycle and that we want to reduce the number of trips in private cars. The trend to mobility as a service is recognised now, acknowledging that transport behaviours are changing with the emergence of technology like e-scooters and ride-sharing services. Micro-mobility and motorcyclists are also recognised as vulnerable road users, as well as cyclists and pedestrians in the updated policy. The desired outcomes in the updated policy include enhancing livability, delivering economic benefits, harnessing innovation and evolving the network to meet the changes in how people move through our city. Some of the desired outcomes now addressed in the policy relate to community wellbeing, supporting freight networks and tourism, and harnessing innovation. Delivering active transport infrastructure can create a healthier community, which is what we want to see in Brisbane. As highlighted in the Transport Plan and the updated policy before us, our transport systems also play a vital role in sustaining the economy. Networks around the airport and ports need to be up to standard to make sure Brisbane can participate in and benefit from international markets, like upgrading roads leading to the new cruise ship terminal. Further well-designed and built transport infrastructure is what will help draw tourists back to our city after the pandemic. Some new principles have been included in the updated policy with a focus on sustainability, accessibility and reliability. These new principles acknowledge that transport planning needs to be a holistic exercise that takes into consideration the different needs of different road users, impacts on the environment and the ways we can make more sustainable choices. These values are already reflected in Council's actions, for example, rolling out the bus stop accessibility program, using recycled materials in our road resurfacing, and opting to relocate public utilities out of the road when we can to reduce future costs and disruption to the network. Mr Chair, the updated Transport Network Management Policy will ensure our travel infrastructure continues to evolve with the needs of Brisbane, the Brisbane community, in our environment and our economy. Mr Chair, if I can move to item D, the asset optimisation for Lytton Road and Kingston Smith Drive. This financial year, I'm sure everyone in the chamber will be aware that we completed two of our largest infrastructure upgrades in many years, the Wynnum Road corridor upgrade and the Kingston Smith Drive upgrade. Both projects have delivered new and improved transport corridors on either side of the river to make driving, walking and cycling safer and more reliable. For projects of this scale, and indeed projects on any scale, there are land resumptions that are typically required, which was the case for both the Wynnum Road and Kingston Smith Drive projects. But lot acquisition is quite often to facilitate the project delivery without the need to use the whole of the lot that has been acquired, which is the case here. So lots 3 to 7 Lytton Road in East Brisbane are zoned as low, medium density residential, and 605 Kingston Smith Drive is zoned as industrial investigation and emerging community zones. I don't think that 605 Kingston Smith Drive will be an ideal location. Councillor Johnson, if you're listening anywhere else to this debate, is an ideal place for a pocket park, let me tell you. But in any case, there's some value attached to that particular land holding, and I'm pleased to say that both the revenues from the sale of both of these areas of land will be going to the Green Future Fund. In relation to item G, this is a partial property resumption to facilitate the delivery of a roundabout, and I've seen the concerns from the owner of the site, which isn't where that owner resides, about the potential impacts on that project. To your question, Councillor Cassidy, the City Projects Officer, the City Projects Office is certainly looking at the outcome for this project to ensure there isn't a net disbenefit to that particular resident from the construction of the roundabout. But this is a project that does replace the priority controlled intersection with a roundabout at a very contested intersection, the intersection of Melton Road and Howes Road, which is a slightly offset T intersection and has created many problems in the past, many accidents in the past. This will be a well-received outcome for everybody on the north side of Brisbane. It will improve safety and is the small parcel of land that's required on one lot to deliver this is what this item is about. But in terms of that subsequent discussion and debate about the impacts for the resident who resides elsewhere, not at this particular address, that is certainly something that CPO will be looking very carefully at to make sure there is no net disbenefit to her mobility in the area. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further speakers? Councillor Griffiths.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to speak on item E, the climate active paper here that we have reporting on Council's activity in relation to becoming a carbon neutral organisation. While I welcome some of the points that they make here, I think that we have a long way to go before what is said here aligns with our organisational goals. And I think what probably disappoints me the most about this document is probably the lack of leadership it shows in relation to we are the largest council in Australia. We are doing good things, but we just don't seem to be showing much leadership in relation to what we do. I've heard a lot of backslapping today, particularly from the administration councillors, about how we are carbon neutral and what a great thing we've done and how bad it is that the state isn't carbon neutral. I haven't heard them comment at all on their federal colleagues and the sheer mess the nation is in relation to having a climate policy or having a carbon policy that's actually moving, even in any case with industry, let alone with the commitments that the state governments have made. So I would challenge the LNP councillors who are sitting here to actually go and deal with the people in their own party so that we can get a national movement on carbon and we get a national movement on actually making some real progress there. They've taken the lead, then show that the leadership should be applied to your federal colleagues. It's interesting that we say our organisation is carbon neutral, and we do take a big chunk from QUU. We're an 85% stakeholder, QUU, but that doesn't come under the auspice of our organisation. So QUU isn't carbon neutral. It's an organisation we're part of. We're an 85% stakeholder, but there's no move, no reporting in this document about how QUU will become carbon neutral in the future. Similarly with Brisbane Bus Build, we're a 50% stakeholder there, and yet that isn't included in this report. So there is no way that Brisbane Bus Build is becoming carbon neutral. And even major Brisbane festivals, once again, we have 50% of that company, but that company, once again, doesn't actually have to become carbon neutral either. So I'd put a challenge to the administration that those organisations we should be working with, we should be getting them to move ahead. As major stakeholders, we should be getting them to move ahead and become carbon neutral. Because it's fine for us to say, yes, we're carbon neutral, but if we're actually not applying the blowtorch to other organisations that we're involved in, then how are things going to change? I did notice in terms of buying our carbon credits, I noticed this year they've actually, I think they've added it to say that there is a preference in the eligibility for local or Australian projects. So that's a preference that's there in this report. and yet 90% of the offsets are from China or India. So it's good enough to say, yes, we want to buy local or we want to buy Australian, but our actions are showing that predominantly we're buying from overseas. And we're buying it from China, which is the top emitter in the world, and will continue to be, I think, till 2060. So that's a real challenge for us. And also, I did notice there was a project there for New South Wales. We're actually buying credits from an organisation in New South Wales that are doing revegetation. Now, surely there must be somewhere in southeast Queensland where there's revegetation that needs to occur. Surely there must be opportunities for this to go ahead so that as a local council, we're actually putting the money back into our local economy so that we're getting multiple effects. Yes, the environment benefits, whether we buy them in China or India or New South Wales, but how about having the multiple effect of actually employing, creating employment in our local area? How about actually getting the environment to improve in our local area? And from that point, I put forward, I know that I've had discussions with the Oxley Creek Transformation Project. They're keen to revegetate parts of Oxley Creek. They're keen to do work, but at the moment they can't classify that as an offset project. These are the sort of things where we could be spending this money and actually getting good outcomes in our own city that are actually producing offsets that are viable for that organisation or for us. So what I would say is that I think we need to do so much more in this space. And by doing more in this space, I'm actually talking about bringing it in more locally so that we get the benefits more locally for our community. And also then it shows that as a council, we're leaders. And Brisbane City is a leader. Brisbane City is a leader not just in southeast Queensland, it's a leader nationally, and I think we could even be a leader internationally if we took the right approach, if we worked with the right organisations, and if we actually stopped patting ourselves on the back, but actually looked at ways we could improve. I really hope that we can do better with this. I acknowledge the good work that has been done, but boy, there's a long way to go. And yep, I hope that Council keeps working towards improving. Thank you.
Further speakers? Councillor Shree.
Thanks, Chair. I rise to speak primarily on the sale of the properties along Lytton Road and to refresh the memory of any councillors who might have forgotten this project. It was probably one of the most abysmal and ridiculous wastes of ratepayer money this city has undertaken in my lifetime. The council spent approximately $115 million widening a 700-metre stretch of road in East Brisbane. Around 50 homes were taken. Many long-term residents were forced out of the community forever. They were forced to leave their homes. They were forced away from their neighbourhood that they loved dearly, and community connections were severed in a way that still has done, I think, a lot of hurt to those people, and some of those people still feel that several years later. At the time of this project, it was observed that the council was resuming a lot more land than was actually needed for the road widening itself. In fact, in the original feasibility study undertaken by, I think it was Worsley Parsons way back in 2009, that independent consultancy argued or identified that the road widening was not actually necessary, and this was later reinforced in subsequent business cases and other assessments. Independent transport experts that looked at this project suggested that it didn't represent value for money, that we didn't need to spend $115 million widening the road, and instead council could have simply upgraded some of those intersections, introduced a few targeted safety improvements, and could have addressed the safety concerns along the corridor without widening the road to 6 lanes and wasting $100 million. Many residents made that point throughout the process, and it was very disappointing for them when council insisted on proceeding with that project despite the strong community objections locally. I think for a lot of people in that area, it became a bit of a floating signifier of council's failure to listen to residents and failure to think about the long-term needs of the community. That part of East Brisbane is now carved up by a road that's wider than many highways, and there's not as many safe places to cross. It's difficult to enjoy that public realm as a pedestrian because it's so noisy and fast-moving now. And of course, the congestion is still there. The council claimed that the project would reduce traffic congestion, but in fact it hasn't. And only a couple of years after the project's finished, it's still congested and bumper-to-bumper traffic through that precinct, just as it was before the project, which really serves to highlight and act as a bit of a case study of the fact that road widening is not a sustainable or cost-effective response to traffic congestion. But what's really sad today about this item is that those residents who were being forced out of the community, some of them told me, they're like, look, if it was for a project that made sense for the community, that was in the broad public interest, I could understand why the council wanted to force me out of my home. But this project doesn't even stack up, and even the independent consultants that have been contracted for this project say it doesn't stack up. But they were concerned that council would later sell their land back to private developers, and that the Lytton Road widening project was actually in some senses a de facto land grab. Today we're seeing that those sites are in fact being sold back to the private sector in a neighbourhood where there's a dire need for public green space and also for public housing and community housing. I'm no longer the councillor for this part of East Brisbane. It's now in Coorparoo Ward. But I know a lot of residents there are still very, very disappointed that council is proceeding to sell off these sites. My view is that there is a genuine public interest in retaining ownership of some of this land. There are a range of purposes it could be put towards, and I would nominate public housing as one of the highest and best value options. I know in this chamber the Mayor has asked me previously to state where I think some public housing should go, and I think this vacant land that's owned by council would be one good option. It's quite close to public transport. It's well serviced by the bikeway now, and it's close enough that residents could walk to some essential services and shops, which compared to the places that the state government is currently building public housing right out on the suburban fringe, where there are no job opportunities, or fewer job opportunities, I should say, where people have to travel much longer distances to access services and facilities. We really need to be supporting more public housing in the inner city. I've said this about the Gabba train station site, for example. I think we could have hundreds of dwellings of public housing on the Gabba train station site right in the middle of my ward. But there's room here on this particular site, Long Lytton Road, for at least a couple of dwellings. Some of those residents who were forced out, who lived along Lytton Road and were forced out by the road widening, they couldn't afford to buy and remain in this community. As councillors would be aware, often properties along main roads are sell for slightly less than properties further back in the suburb. And so the money that these residents got from council when their homes were compulsorily acquired wasn't enough to allow them to buy another home in the same area. So council took their homes, gave them a bit of money that wasn't enough to compensate them for what they've lost, and is now selling that land back to the private sector, and it will presumably be snapped up by a couple of astute developers who'll build some medium density apartments there and make a pretty profit from it all. But I think the whole fiasco for me really just highlights how abysmally the project itself was managed, and how callous the council was in its disregard for the needs of those residents who used to live there. If not public housing, I think the land could also be retained for green space. I think there's value in planting more trees along this corridor. I think the residents who live along Laidlaw Parade would probably appreciate a wider green buffer in terms of additional tree protection along there. And that kind of approach would probably also serve a dual ecological benefit in terms of connecting through to the Norman Creek wildlife corridor. I've had local residents in the area identify interest in community gardens, and unfortunately because of the heritage restrictions in Mowbray Park, it's difficult to get community gardens within Mowbray Park. but the green spaces here along Lytton Road could also potentially be utilised for those sorts of purposes. There's a long list of things that council could be doing with this land rather than simply selling it off. And one of my deepest concerns is that the land will probably be sold, and the money generated from that sale will not be spent in the local area. It won't be spent in East Brisbane. It won't be spent around the Gabba Ward or Kangaroo Point where it's really needed. The money will no doubt be spent in an area where there's perhaps already enough green space to service the needs of local residents. And I think that's also a shame, because in these inner city areas where population density is rising very, very quickly, there is a dire need for public green space. And I'm sure Councillor Cunningham is well aware of this, given her role as chair of News, that it's really hard to find land for inner city green space. It's really hard to find land for those vegetated corridors that we need to help our city breathe. And the fact that council is selling off this land simply to make a quick buck rather than retaining it and thinking strategically about what the best possible uses for it are, I think is very, very disappointing. I'm not surprised by this asset sale. We saw this come in, but I think it really does highlight where this administration's priorities are, and sadly they're not thinking long term. They're not thinking about why we might want to hold on to this land for 10 or 20 years' time. The residents have asked me to convey their frustration to council, and I hope all the LNP councillors here will reflect on this. I realise it's too late for Lytton Road, but maybe we can learn a lesson here and at least make some form of commitment that we won't ever again repeat such atrocious mistakes and waste so many millions of dollars on ratepayer money on such a poorly thought out project. It's been well established in the literature for many years now that widening roads doesn't fix congestion. So to spend $115 million widening a road corridor from 4 lanes to 6 lanes without even putting in bus lanes surely stands out as one of the gravest errors that the council administration made in the past 4 years. And I hope the councils involved in that will reflect deeply on the fact that it hasn't assisted residents in terms of traffic congestion. It hasn't materially improved safety as far as I can see. And in fact, there seems to be more jaywalking now than there used to be because the crossing points are so inadequate. So I'll conclude by saying that this council can and should do a lot better in future.
Further speakers? Councillor Marx.
Yes, thank you, Mr Chair. I rise to speak on item E. So through you, Mr Chair, I know that Councillor Cassidy mentioned the FOGO and that we should be going full FOGO. Well, I don't know if he'll use the word full FOGO or just FOGO, because there are 2 different types of FOGO. There's part FOGO and there's full FOGO. So part FOGO is where you talk about just the non-proteins, as in fruit and veggie peels. But then the full FOGO is where you do all the protein as well, which is obviously includes the meats and everything like that. So just to clarify, I thought, well, I need to go and find out, because he keeps mentioning through you, Mr Chair, about Ipswich doing full FOGO. So I organised for a meeting with myself and my acting manager of waste to go out there to meet Mayor Harding out at Ipswich and visit the FOGO site just to find out what was going on and how they were processing things and what was happening in that space. So it was a very interesting exercise, and so I learnt a number of things. So the difference is when we collect our green waste through the green bins, ours actually goes to a hard stand there at any one of our 4 resource recovery centres. I know that through you, Mr Chair, Councillor Cassidy mentioned green waste is piling up next to landfill. I don't quite know what he means by that. I have actually visited all 4 recovery centres. All 4 of them have a concrete hard stand where residents can drop off their green waste for free. And then we have a machine comes along and turns it into this mulch, which is this magical thing that you can then respread on the gardens. So it's recycled. If Councillor Cassidy, through you, Mr Chair, wants to do anything regarding the green bins and the green waste, can I suggest he encourages all his residents, including everyone across Brisbane, and particularly those ones that sign all those petitions, to get a green bin. Now, we all know through you, Mr Chair, that Lord Mayor abolished the establishment fee. So for the low cost of $22 per quarter, you can have a green bin delivered to your house. And I have to say, I've got one recently delivered to my house. All that green waste then goes to our hard stands at our Resource Recovery Centre where it is recycled. It does not go into landfill. So can I encourage all councillors to ask all their residents to get a green bin, and that would go some way to reducing our landfill. The other issue as far as FOGO is concerned is that if you're going to go full FOGO, meaning protein and all that sort of stuff, you would have to change to a weekly collection. Because as everybody knows, and we've talked about this a couple of times here in this chamber tonight, what a subtropical climate we live in. I don't know about you, Mr Chair, but I'm not pretty sure I don't want a bin full of maggots sitting outside my house for 2 weeks while they're collected. So unless Councillor Cassidy, through you, Mr Chair, has a hard stand area, that a piece of concrete somewhere that he's happy for all those bins full of green waste and maggots to be delivered and dropped at while they're processed, then, you know, I'm more than happy to hear his suggestions. This process that happens out there in Ipswich is their green bins are directly picked up by the trucks. So they have the green waste in them, and they have the non-protein items, so they don't have the issues with maggots, and they go straight out to their site, which is a company out there at, I can't remember the name of the place. It's out by Ipswich, and they process it there on site. So this same company gets the green waste with the part FOGO in it, and they also then get trucks delivered with the oils that they then get paid for to take, and that those two components are then mixed together and they become piles, and then that is then processed and then on-sold to other people. So it's not a matter of having maggots piling up all over our place. The other issue with talked about the loss of canopy, and I agree with you, through you, Mr Chair, Councillor Strunk's statement, you can never have too many trees. Can I say that I would be more than happy to receive no further letters from any councillor asking for tree removals, and I know through you, Mr Chair, Councillor Strunk, having an area called Forest Lake has a lot of problems with residents who disagree with that statement and consistently asking for trees to be removed, as in a lot of other areas across council as well. So it is about finding that right balance, the right balance between tree removal and our canopies. So we continue to work with officers in that space. So we will just keep working on that. And again, can I please ask everyone, encourage your residents to get a green bin. Thank you.
Further speakers? Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I rise to speak on items A and D. Firstly, item A, the annual operational plan progress and quarterly report. And this reflects Council's progress against the plan and the financial position for the quarter ended September 2020 in relation to Council's budget, and records variances in the delivery of the 2021 annual operational plan. This shows the budget position for the quarter ended September 2020, taking into consideration any changes that were made in the first budget review. As noted by the Deputy Mayor, this is a point-in-time report, and this is a fairly important acknowledgement, and that this particular report is the first report in the 2021 financial year. Clearly a long time to go in this financial year just yet. In addition, this report gives an overview of the commercial operations and financial wellbeing of Council's business activities. Any financial changes reported that are permanent and require a change in the budget are dealt with through the budget review process. In terms of Council's performance against key financial ratios and targets, all targets have been met. I repeat, all targets have been met. Not only does this demonstrate effective financial management, it also goes to the heart of this administration's strong grasp of managing financial risk. As I said in the June quarter report, we continue to see some impacts from COVID across the various programs, and this has emerged in the form of project delays, revenue and expense changes, and revenue and expense rephasing. And so just to give you a really simple example of where projects can be delayed, obviously the supply chain has been disrupted during COVID, and some projects can't be completed just because the materials or the equipment needed to complete it just aren't available. To the point that Councillor Cassidy made, those people who've been in this chamber for a while realise that in the first part of the financial year, a lot of time is spent with officers working on delivery, planning and scheduling of activities that are delivered in the latter part of the year. So what you find in the financial year, the early part is very much focused on planning and scheduling, with delivery occurring in the third and fourth quarter typically. This particular report illustrates other items of interest, including an increase in discount and rebates due to the COVID-19 special rebate, decreases in developer contributions, particularly around infrastructure charges due to the lower level of developer activities in the period, an increase in cash and cash equivalents due to net cash generated from operations. There's also some recognition there of donations and grant subsidies, and ultimately some disposal of capital assets. So there is an increase in cash. There's also an increase in property, plant and equipment due to an increase in capital expenditure, and this is partly offset by depreciation. There are also some disposals during the period, and key projects in this space for the quarter include major bikeway projects, road network resurfacing, Brisbane Metro, the KSD upgrade and major traffic improvements. When comparing the current year's statement of cash flows against the prior year's actuals, you'll note an increase in dividends and participation returns due to the timing of the CBIC 2019-20 dividend, which was received in September 2020. As we all know, these funds are reinvested into sports fields, parks and green space. Turning to Program 8, particularly with respect to city governance, the quarterly reports show movement in the budget as a result of increased revenues, rephasing and delays in some projects due to COVID. On the whole, we've seen a slight increase in actual revenues to the tune of $112,000 compared to budget. Just quickly turning to the annual plan and the implementation variances, you'll note that both the corporate telephony upgrade and the infrastructure charges management solution have revised delivery timeframes, and these are related to COVID impacts. The corporate telephony upgrade will upgrade 140 council sites with new software, handsets, mobile services and internet and data services. The changes have occurred due to delays with ordering and receiving the required headset equipment, and as I noted, this is driven by COVID and the impact on global demand. The infrastructure charges management solution project is replacing existing systems and manual processes with a new integrated solution that supports council's trunk infrastructure modelling and charging. In addition, we would note that the timing of some of these things have been impacted not only by COVID and supply chain issues, but also the ability of third parties to respond to and support some of these projects. I'd also note during Councillor Cassidy's commentary, he did highlight the fact that the Economic Recovery Task Force spend hadn't meted the expenditure targets. I can assure Councillor Cassidy that the Economic Recovery Task Force budget will be fully expended in this financial year. I expect it will be expended well before the end of the financial year, and given that Councillor Cassidy is so keen on this project, I would hope that we would get his support should we come back to this chamber in a future budget review seeking additional funds. Now, moving on to the item D, the property disposals. Both of these sites are considered surplus to council's needs, and accordingly, we've reviewed the potential uses of these sites, and the decision has been made that they are surplus to council's needs, and that the best outcome for ratepayers of Brisbane is to actually dispose of these sites. And in the context of the Lytton Road project, clearly that project is now completed. The sites are available there for a potential low, medium density residential use. We believe that to be able to realise the proceeds of this site and also the site at Hamilton will free up funds for other use across the city, particularly targeted at green space. In my opinion, both the East Brisbane and the Hamilton sites are far from being ideal sites for parks, and it does make sense to realise on these sites and to then divert those funds to other green uses across the city, and I'll leave further debate to the chamber.
Further speakers?
Point of order, Mr Chair. Could you
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Thank you. Could you just recap which items are seriatim, please?
A and D.
Yep, thank you.
Are there further speakers at all? Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and thank you to the many councillors that contributed to the debate this afternoon. I just need to rebut some of the things we heard here because, again, this is the reason why the opposition in this chamber cannot be trusted with numbers, let alone getting the lines straight. Well, they've got their lines straight, it's just whether the lines actually tell the true story. Councillor Cassidy, we are doubling the rates next year, apparently. No. No. We are not. Yes, through you, Mr. I'm sorry, Mr Chair, I'll be corrected. He claimed that we're jacking them up twice. I think you said, the word double was in there.
No, that's enough.
Incorrect. Cancelling curbside collection.
No more interjections, please, Councillor Cassidy.
Cancelling curbside collection. Incorrect. Incorrect. We have already said 1,000 times we are postponing. It is not on.
It's not the budget, it's cancelled.
All right. Okay. Please allow the speaker to be heard. Councillor Adams.
Weasel words. Let's think of weasel words when we hear an overwhelming response to a petition for curbside collection to come back. An overwhelming response of 95% of the less than 5,000 people that answered their poll. Sorry, 99% of their poll.
Councillor Cassidy, I have asked you to cease interjecting. If you interject again, I will move to section 21. Councillor Adams.
Less than 1% of the entire population of Brisbane.
Councillor Cassidy, I consider that you're displaying unsuitable meeting conduct in accordance with section 21(5) of the meeting's local law. I hereby request you cease interjecting and refrain from exhibiting this behaviour for the balance of the meeting. Councillor Adams.
Thank you. What I think we need to get the weasel words right was the members of the ALP gave an overwhelming response to the poll that was probably organised by the unions to make sure that the curbside collection was supported over the rates. But again, it only got to 0.8% of the population in Brisbane, not an overwhelming response. For a campaign that is only postponed, I will say it again, not cancelled. Councillor Cassidy, a bit of hot air again, saying we don't include landfill in our footprint for our carbon neutrality. In truth, we absolutely do. We operate the landfill at Rochedale and it is included in our carbon neutral council footprint as we have the operating control over this lease. It is included in our carbon neutrality. Councillor Cassidy says that our officers are spending their time filling in paperwork. Well, the officers in our energy and carbon team, through you, Mr Chair, are recognised experts in their field. And the suggestion made by Cassidy in this offensive and dismissive way that they're filling in paperwork is actually quite rude to them in the amount of work that they do to make sure that Brisbane is a leading city when it comes to climate action. Leading city when it comes to climate action. To say they're wasting their time filling in papers, if we weren't doing any of this, we'd be told that we were not doing enough. This is the part that gets in their craw, Mr Chair. We're doing well above what every other level of government, state and federal, are doing in this space. We did say that earlier, but they didn't want to hear that. We recognise that as well. And when it comes to our landfill, can I say that our landfill at Rochedale generates power for Brisbane using the methane created from the decomposing waste. Around 46,000 megawatt hours of green energy is produced by harvesting our landfill gas. That's enough to power 8,500 homes every year and abate more than 250,000 tonnes of carbon dioxide equivalent to emissions. Guess what, through you, Mr Chair, Councillor Strunk and Councillor Griffiths, local green initiatives. Local green initiatives in local council operating leases. Exactly what they're calling for us to do. Resumptions through you, Mr Chair. Councillor Shree said There were homeowners there whose properties were resumed and they could not afford another home. We always resume properties at market value. If they sold to us, or they resumed to us, or they sold on the open market, same price. The imputation was there that we may have cut them short on the money that they would have gotten for their land because they couldn't find another home.
Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Sri.
Claim to be misrepresented, and in fact, I think...
No, this is not how it works. Councillor Adams.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Sri.
I find the Acting Mayor's comments quite offensive, and I ask her to consider withdrawing because I'm very concerned about what she's suggesting that I've suggested.
I'm not sure that the comments were unfair, but I will ask the Deputy Mayor.
I was reflecting how I heard Councillor Shree's words, was that the people who had their properties rezoned couldn't buy another house. If he's offended by that, I'm happy to withdraw.
Yeah, no interjections, please. We're addressing this point of order by Councillor Sri, and Councillor Adams has withdrawn. Please continue.
Councillor Sri clearly said, I have spoken to the people who had their houses resumed and they can't afford to buy anywhere else. What do we think he was suggesting?
Point of order, Councillor Sri.
Claim to be misrepresented. I encourage the Acting Mayor to listen.
No, you don't get to. You've got your point of order about misrepresentation. You will make these points at the end of the speech. Councillor Adams.
We look forward to Hansard next week, Mr. Chair. It is a busy time. There is a lot of items here There's a lot of items here today in E&C. I thank the chambers for their contribution, and I commend all of them to the chambers for support.
Councillor Sri, you have 2 items of misrepresentation.
Thanks, Chair. And I do think it's a shame that the Mayor doesn't seem to be a good listener. I was very clear in saying that residents who were bought out couldn't afford to buy in that same local area. It's quite a common complaint. It's not something that should be difficult for the Mayor to grasp.
And your second point?
No, I'll leave it at that. I think the Mayor owes me.
Thank you. All right, now we'll now put item A. All those in favour of item A, please say aye. Aye. And those against, please say no. No. The ayes have it.
Division
called by Councillor Cassidy and Councillor Strunk. Please ring the bells. Yeah. All councillors are present. All those in favour of item A, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye. Thank you. And all those against, please say no and raise your hand. No. Clerks, please read the result when you're ready.
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 19 in favour and 6 against.
The ayes have it. Councillors on items B, C, E, F and G. All those in favour of items B, C, E, F and G, please say aye. Aye. And those against, please say no. The ayes have it. Councillors on item D. All those in favour of item D, please say aye. Aye. And those against, please say no. No. The ayes have it. Division called by Councillor Sri and Councillor Johnston. Please ring the bells. All councillors are present. All those in favour of item D, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye. Thank you. And those against, please say no and raise your hand. Clerks, please read the result when you're ready.
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 23 in favour and 2 against.
The ayes have it. That concludes the Establishment and Coordination Committee report. Councillors, the City Planning report, please. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I move that the report of the City Planning and Economic Development Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 17th of November 2020 be adopted.
Seconded.
It's been moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Landers, the report of the City Planning and Economic Development Committee meeting dated Tuesday the 17th of November 2020 be adopted. Is there any debate? Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Mr Chair. And the committee presentation last week was 5 Florence Street at Tenerife. It was a proposed site of about 433 square metres, and the application was for 5 units, which were 5 stories, a unit per story, in a very changing area within the Newstead and Tenerife Waterfront Place neighbourhood plan, which is transitioning from former industrial area into a compatible mix of residential, commercial and recreational activities. So there was a lot to consider in here. We recognised we had to get them transitioned. This was a site that was almost like an early adopter, I suppose we could imagine, say, in this area. But it has done a very, very good job, and the officers have been very happy in the work with the applicant around maintaining that the height of the building still leaves dominance for the former wool stores and sugar refinery buildings that are the heritage buildings not far from it as well. It integrates with the existing and intended neighbourhood structure in this area. It's got setbacks and separations, even on such a small site, for the residents. And it also supports outdoor living with landscaping and rooftop plans to come. Can I say the most outstanding part of this application is something that I've been talking with applicants over the last 6 months while I've been in this role, is please go out and engage with the community, consult with the community, make sure they understand what your plans are, what your future ideas are for the area, what would you like to see for the outcome of this site. And in doing that, they did letterbox drops, they did respond to inquiries, they spoke at events, and they actually met with the Tenerife Progress Association. What that led to is overwhelming support, and probably the most letters of support we've gotten in for a DA in this area, which is a fantastic outcome for the community and also for the lucky people that will eventually get to live in this transitioning area in the units that will be provided. Thank you, Mr Chair.
Further speakers? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, just briefly, I don't support this. A site area of 433 square metres is less than a standard house block, and I appreciate that this is a higher density part of the city, but I feel that putting 5 units on such a small block sets a very bad precedent, and we know that developers will use this as precedent. And whilst certainly some people may feel that there is a good outcome here, blocks this small should not have medium density development on them.
Further speakers? Councillor Howard.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr Chair. And I rise to enter the debate because, of course, this development is in my ward, and so I sort of listened to what Councillor Tennyson said, but can I assure her that the Tenerife Progress Association is very, very carefully watching what happens in this area. And for them to put in a submission that supports this project is just nothing short of amazing. So can I just say, and Councillor McLaughlin and I have for many years...
No interjections, please.
Sorry, yes.
No, please carry on.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Mr Chair, I am very pleased to rise to support this because it took a very long time for this application to be assessed. I really want to thank the council officers who worked with the applicant, and I particularly want to thank the applicant for the continuous communication that was had with all of the community. There was a lot of work that was done around the amenity of the area and what they could contribute to that. I know that the Tenerife Progress Association has been very pleased with the outcome of this particular project, and I also know that the applicant intends to continue that communication through the construction phase. And as a matter of fact, they came to see me the other day to say that they actually want to do an artwork around the construction. So rather than just having the normal construction site, they're going to look at working with local artists, which is again a huge plus. And they're actually working with an art gallery that is located in the area. They've actually worked with businesses, they've worked with the community, and I just think that it's just been a marvellous example of what can happen when people go out and talk to the locals and really listen to them, because this has changed considerably from when it was first lodged, and it's changed as a result of that community consultation. It is just so important, as Councillor Adams mentioned, and I know that she has been telling everyone this since she took over this planning chair, how important community consultation is. And I think each and every one of us that sit around here know just the importance of an applicant going forth and talking to the locals and listening to what they say, and then changing their plans as a result of that listening. So I would just like to finish by thanking all of the officers who worked with the applicant, thanking the applicant in particular, and assuring them of the fact that the continual discussions with the local community is just so important, and I recommend it to the chamber.
Further speakers? There being none, Councillor Adams. I will now put the resolution. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Adams and Councillor Hutton. Please ring the bells. I believe all councillors are present. We will move to the vote now. All those in favour of the resolution, please say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Thank you. And those against, please say no and raise your hand. Clerks, please read the result when you're ready.
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 23 in favour and 2 against.
The ayes have it. Councillors, we will now move towards the Public and Active Transport Committee, please. Councillor Murphy.
Chair, I move that the report of the Public and Active Transport Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 17th of November 2020 be adopted.
Seconded.
It's been moved by Councillor Murphy, seconded by Councillor Landers. The report of the Public and Active Transport Committee meeting dated Tuesday the 17th of November 2020 be adopted. Is there any debate? Councillor Murphy.
Thank you very much, Chair. Before I move to the substantive committee report, I just wanted to reflect on the significant announcement that we have made today about the future of e-bikes in Brisbane and the future of the City Cycle scheme. We have been working on this for a number of months. So for approximately 6 months, Council has been putting together a plan to move to modernise the scheme and give Brisbane a public bike hire scheme that is truly world-class and that will fit the needs of the 21st century. I want to pay, I guess, my respects and acknowledge the very hard work of a number of people within the council team, particularly Sue Phillips and Tani Callahan, who have been managing the e-mobility contract and have been putting a lot of work into this, as well as obviously Jeff Beck, the Divisional Manager of Transport for Brisbane, and the CEO, Colin Jensen. All of them have been a part of making this happen. It has been one of the most complex commercial negotiations that has happened in council for some time, and they have acquitted themselves very well. They have protected the ratepayers' position, and they have enhanced the public policy offering that we have in terms of e-mobility here in Brisbane for generations to come. I just want to address some of the false claims that have been made today on Twitter, in media, by Councillor Cassidy, and I was going to leave them for the debate next week, but some of them are so dangerous that they just need to be addressed here in the debate today, lest they get legs. So first of all, Councillor Cassidy has falsely claimed that the scheme has cost Council $20 million. It's cost Council $16.5 million, so I don't know where he got the rest of that money from, but that is Councillor Cassidy's attention to detail when it comes to finances. He's also falsely claimed that we have given 11 years of free advertising to JC&Co as a result of what has been announced today. That is also false. Council continues to have a strong and significant revenue stream that comes in from JC&Co as a result of our agreements and the negotiation that has occurred. So I wish that he had waited to see the detail before he went out there and said those things, but as usual, it is shoot first and ask questions later when it comes to Councillor Cassidy. He's also falsely claimed that JC&Co has made donations to this team. I am assuming that there is some kind of implication of impropriety there. There have been no donations made from JC&Co to Team Schrinner, and there has been and is no conflict of interest between there is and have been no conflict of interest in this team's decision making, and if you have a claim to make, then you need to make it with the appropriate authority. He's also falsely claimed, Deputy Chair, that 2,000 bikes will be released onto the city streets with no docking stations. Part of the literal announcement that we made today was that the 150 city cycle stations will be converted to e-mobility hubs, places where Brisbane residents and visitors can dock, can store these vehicles, both e-scooters and e-bikes, so that they are off our city streets and not causing a safety hazard for the residents of Brisbane. But most of all, and the most egregious thing that Councillor Cassidy...
One moment, please. Councillor Murphy. Councillor Sri, your point of order.
Through you, Chair. I'm sorry to interrupt the momentum, but I was wondering if Councillor Murphy would take a quick question.
Councillor Murphy, would you take a question from Councillor Sri?
Of course.
Councillor Sri.
Thanks. Through you, Chair. I'm just wondering if you can commit that the councillors in the affected wards will be consulted proactively about how those station spaces should be redesigned in terms of urban amenity and streetscape.
Absolutely, I can commit to that, Councillor Sri. There's 150 stations across various different wards, and JC&Co and Council will be working together on decommissioning plans for each of those stations, and obviously looking to what the future will be for them as well. And we will involve you and all councillors in that process. Now, where was I? So the most egregious thing that Councillor Cassidy has claimed today, the worst thing, is that this was Labor's idea. That all along, despite all the stuff-ups and all the wasted money and all the things he's claimed, that everything we have done today was what Labor wanted to do. We just stuffed it up and did it poorly. The Labor Party did not take an e-mobility policy to the last election. Actually, they didn't take a bike policy, an active transport policy to the last election. The only party, there was actually two parties that were taking active transport policies to the last election. That was the Greens and the Liberal National Party under Lord Mayor Adrian Schrinner, with the biggest investment in active transport this city has ever seen. So don't come in here, Councillor Cassidy, and try and claim that despite all the problems with what has been announced today, that it was your idea all along. That is absolute rubbish. Now, Chair, we had a presentation to the Public and Active Transport Committee meeting last week on the electric bus trial, and we know that this trial will be used for us to rate the effectiveness of electric buses for our future replacement and portions of Council's diesel and natural gas bus fleet that will eventually be retired. So we're having a trial on the City Loop service. Now, the City Loop service has been selected for the trial. It has a low number of daily kilometres to travel, so the viability of electric buses can be assessed and rectified before we use this technology on longer bus routes. So the new electric Yutong buses have a range of 300 kilometres and 20 hours range, or 20 hours service life on the City Loop service with full air conditioning. So a very significant technology leap there. The City Loop currently uses a dedicated bus fleet of 3 diesel buses and 1 hybrid bus that will be replaced by 4 fully electric buses. A very important part of having an e-bus on this route is the potential for us to improve air quality and reduce noise within the CBD. When Council put the tender out last year, there were no locally owned or run companies that were making electric buses. Volga and our current supplier were starting in electric buses but weren't yet at the point where they're in a position to supply. So Yutong were chosen as the largest manufacturer of electric buses worldwide. They have a proven track record, and Yutong Australia has a Brisbane-based local support network providing maintenance, training and parts supply. Council's partnered with Yutong as part of the trial, and they will provide training, they'll provide coaching and they will provide technical support in addition to the buses themselves. So it comes as a full package. E-buses, of course, have been procured as part of this administration's ongoing commitment to improved environmental outcomes for our city, but they need to be sustainable in cost, running time and performance as a bus service. And the trial will assess all of these key elements, as well as assess levels of passenger comfort in our subtropical climate. The buses will come to service in the first part of 2021. They'll have an improved driver experience with dedicated driver air conditioning and electric mirrors and blinds, and we'll also be trialling a full driver security screen in 2 of the electric buses. To improve the passenger experience, a pedestrian warning system and a passenger information display system will also be trialled. The new depot recharging infrastructure will be installed at the Eagle Farm bus depot by the end of next month, with bus delivery occurring in the first quarter of 2021, as I've said, and completion of the local fit-out and services are due to be done by April 2021. So the trial will be 12 months, which will allow Council to understand the implications of transitioning to a fully electric bus fleet. There are 2 other items on the PAC Committee agenda: a petition requesting Council allow dogs and cats to travel on public transport. The petition, with 51 signatures, is asking for us to allow all pets on public transport following the decision by the state government to allow dogs to access city cats, following the very successful trial that was advocated for by Councillor Howard and many of the fur baby owners, particularly around New Farm. As Council runs public transport in Brisbane on behalf of TransLink, not on its own, we will write to TransLink seeking their review of those laws. However, I'm not very hopeful in terms of cats being allowed on buses, but we will wait and see what TransLink have to say. There was also a Sewer Enhancement Fund submission for the Northgate Ward. Councillor Adam Allen has supported the project to widen the bikeway at Shaw Park, Wavell Heights between Shaw Road and Kedron Brook. This is heavily used by cyclists and pedestrians. It's part of the popular Kedron Brook bikeway, and at present the section of the bikeway there is only 1.9 metres wide. So I will have one question I noticed from Councillor Sri, who's wondering what the total cost of this project is. Councillor Sri, the total budget for the project is $3.3 million. And I will leave further debate to the chamber.
Is there further debate? Councillor Sri.
Thanks, Chair. Just wanted to rise really quickly to congratulate the administration on its support for this electric buses trial. I think it's a step in the right direction. As usual, I'd like to see things happening a little bit quicker. I'd like to see that budget increased in future years and a bit more money directed towards rolling out electric buses on other routes. But I do think this is a really positive sign, and I commend the administration for its steps in the right direction.
Is there further debate? See no one rising. We'll put the motion. For all those in favour, say aye. Aye. Sorry. My apologies. Councillor Murphy, write a reply. No? Okay, sorry. All those in favour, say aye. Aye. All those against? The ayes have it. Councillors, we will move on to infrastructure, please. Councillor McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. I move that the report of the Infrastructure Committee meeting held on Tuesday, the 17th of November 2020 be adopted.
Seconded.
It's been moved by Councillor McLaughlin, seconded by Councillor Landers, that the report of the Infrastructure Committee dated Tuesday, the 17th of November 2020 be adopted. Councillor McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. We're often talking about better roads for Brisbane, and indeed that was the topic for our committee presentation last week. And it was specifically about the Norris Road upgrade projects. There's 2 there to be undertaken in the Bracken Ridge ward. Bracken Ridge residents will soon be benefiting from 2 projects that are planned for this stretch of road, Norris Road. There's a corridor that carries around 19,000 vehicles per day, surrounded by residential areas, shopping precincts and a number of schools. It's also an important public transport connection in the northern suburbs, with a number of bus services travelling down it each day. The Barber Road intersection is situated along Norris Road between Telegraph Road and Hoyland Street. It's very close to the Bracken Ridge TAFE campus and Norris Road State School. Currently, it's a single lane roundabout and experiences bad congestion, particularly during school drop-off and pick-up times. It's also not very cyclist or pedestrian friendly because of high traffic volumes. The first project for Norris Road is to upgrade that intersection. The roundabout will be replaced with a new four-way signalised intersection with signalised pedestrian crossings on all legs. Norris Road will also be widened to 4 lanes at the intersection, and a number of bus stops will be upgraded to be compliant with the Disability Discrimination Act. Fortunately, this project has been anticipated by traffic planners in the past, and there's no resumptions required. All works will be within the existing road corridor. The second project is specifically for walkers and cyclists. Council will construct a new 2.5 metre wide shared path along the eastern verge of Norris Road between Barber Road and the Brackenridge Plaza. I'm pleased that these two upgrades together will benefit drivers, cyclists and pedestrians, consistent with our objectives in the Transport Plan. Reducing congestion at the Norris Road and Barber Road intersection will also improve bus travel time reliability along the corridor and support and encourage use of public transport. We're not, Mr Deputy Chair, too far off the construction for these projects. Detailed design is now complete, and City Projects recently held 2 community consultation events which attracted 90 people to engage with the project team. And I was pleased to hear that the majority of the feedback from the community was positive. They're very keen for this work to get started as soon as possible. Work will kick off early next year and be finished by the end of 2021. And I'd like to acknowledge the Australian Government for its commitment to these projects. They'll be, the federal government will be generously contributing $3.3 million to these projects. Mr Deputy Chair, there are also 2 petitions last week, a petition requesting completion of a road connection between Wandell Road and Wynnum Road, Manly West, and a petition requesting Council review the project design for the Sir Fred Chanel Drive and Coldridge Street Black Spot project at St Lucia. I'll leave the debate at this stage to the Chamber.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hammond.
Sorry, Acting Chair, I believe I might have a perceived conflict of interest on the petition, so I'm going to step out. Sorry for the late notice.
Thank you, Councillor Hammond.
Point of order, Mr Deputy Chair.
Can we just hold your point of order for a second, please, Councillor Johnson?
Sorry, Mr Chair, my brother owns a property in the vicinity and my mum lives in the vicinity.
Thank you. We'll just wait until Councillor Hammond leaves the room. Councillor Johnson.
Yes, I'd ask that item, first of all, point of order, I'd ask that item C be taken seriatim for voting purposes. Item C
for seriatim for voting purposes, noted.
Yes, thank you, and I rise to speak briefly on item C. I'm not surprised, unfortunately, that there is another black spot project that's gone pear-shaped for this administration. It is certainly disappointing to see in this case that residents who've requested changes to their project in St Lucia are being ignored by Brisbane City Council. It's exactly the same approach Council has taken to the black spot project that's not supported by residents in my ward at Annerley with respect to Ponsonby Street. What this indicates to me is that this council has stopped listening. It is critical that council does not impose solutions on residents that do not deliver the functionality and the amenity that they require. There are absolutely ways that we can achieve safer intersections, much safer road networks, but the way in which you will not achieve that, which this council is demonstrating in spades, is to fail to consult with your residents and fail to listen to their feedback. So I'm extremely disappointed to see that, yet again, Brisbane City Council's Infrastructure Department is ignoring the views of local residents. And it is shocking to hear their explanations in Ponsonby Street, and it is really disappointing to see the petition response here, which it seems will be supported by the local councillor, rather than supporting and advocating for his residents.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Further debate? Sorry, Councillor Landers.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak on item A and the Norris Road upgrade in Brackenridge. Following extensive lobbying by the federal member for Petrie, Luke Howe, to the Australian Government and Brisbane City Council, I welcome this congestion busting project. The intersection of Norris Road and Barber Road has increasingly come under pressure during peak hours, with 19,000 vehicles per day on Norris Road alone. This is obviously not just local traffic from residents in Brackenridge, but this road has become a connection road linking Brackenridge Road and Telegraph Road as part of a larger travel network. Barber Road largely services the local community and is the major entrance to the Oaks Estate to the west and links Phillip Street and two of our major schools to the east. As this area also acts as an important network for active travel, the need to improve safety and movement for all road users is paramount. The works will involve replacing the roundabout with traffic signals, including signalised pedestrian crossing facilities. A 2.5 metre shared path will be installed along the eastern side of Norris Road between the intersection and Brackenridge Plaza towards Telegraph Road. Chair, it was great to listen to feedback from my residents recently at the Brackenridge Plaza, where Council held the 2 information sessions on the upgrade, and people were able to look at the concept plan in detail. Overall, the community is looking forward to the improvement in safety and having the traffic flow more efficiently and fairly, getting residents home quicker and safer. This project will complement the significant upgrades that have already been made in Brackenridge Ward, including the Telegraph Road corridor upgrade. Chair, I'm sure that Councillor Cassidy would also welcome these improvements, along with the Hoyland Street upgrades, also part of the Better Roads for Brisbane program, and also the Telegraph Road corridor upgrade, due to a significant number of Deagon Ward residents from Brighton and Sandgate using this network on a daily basis. I commend this upgrade to the Chamber.
Further speakers? Councillor Sri.
Thanks, Chair. Just rising to speak on the petition regarding Sir Fred Chanel Drive and the intersection upgrade there. I haven't been following this project very closely, but I must say I'm genuinely flabbergasted that we're not including bike lanes through this intersection. I understand that there's another cycling route along Macquarie Street, but imagine thinking that it made sense to redesign a major intersection right outside a giant university where heaps of students and lecturers are riding to uni every day, and not bothering to include separated bike lanes, particularly at a time when we're also planning for more e-mobility and more people using e-scooters, etc. Surely, just as a matter of common sense, one would think that you'd include bike lanes in a multi-million-dollar intersection upgrade like this one. I'm reading the petition response, and I just don't buy this argument that there's not room for bike lanes. I know the intersection pretty well. I used to ride through there back when I lived in Indooroopilly and Taringa and that side of town, and it is a really common route for cyclists. It's flat as well, at least along that stretch until you get further back to the hill. And for local cyclists who are maybe only riding a few blocks to get to and from the uni, they're not going to divert all the way down to Macquarie Street and the so-called primary cycling route. And perhaps this is something that Councillor Murphy should be also somewhat mindful of for future intersection upgrades, is that the primary cycle routes primarily look at those longer distance commuters. They don't, so when we say, oh, look, we don't need to upgrade an intersection to include bike lanes because it's not on the primary cycling route, we ignore the needs of those local cyclists who might only be riding within the suburb or a few blocks. And this definitely looks like one of those areas where there'll be cyclists who live along Sir Fred Chanel Drive or immediately to the south of it in some of those St Lucia streets like Mitre Street and Brisbane Street, just coming off to the south. They'll be riding Sir Fred Chanel Drive, and they'll be riding in through this intersection. And will no doubt be very surprised and disappointed that we're not including even at least painted bike lanes as part of this project. I see the explanation given that there's not room for bike lanes through this intersection, but I just don't think that stacks up to, it's just not credible when I look at how wide that road corridor is. What's actually happening here is that there is room for bike lanes, but council is prioritising cars or other land uses ahead of bike lanes. So it's not that there's not room for bike lanes, it's simply that we would rather allocate that room to other road uses. And I think that's a bit of a mistake and a bit of a oversight on the part of council. Like I said, this is a major intersection lead into a large university. Including bike lanes through it should be just a matter of common sense and a standard approach. I also note that council is repeating the usual mistake of only having a pedestrian crossing on one side of the T-junction rather than on both. And I understand that that's done to prioritise the efficient traffic flow movement for cars, but again, it disadvantages pedestrians. And so in multiple elements of this intersection are prioritising the needs and desires of motor vehicles and private cars over and above either public transport or active transport. I don't want to tell the local councillor how to do their job, but I'm just very, very surprised that there are no bike lanes on an intersection upgrade of this size. It seems like a glaring oversight.
Further speakers? Councillor Mackay. Okay. Councillor Mackay.
Thanks, Chair. I rise to speak about the intersection upgrade at Coleridge Street and Sir Fred Chanel, and I am very pleased, Chair, that Councillor Sri doesn't want to tell me how to do my job. That's refreshing. Thank you for that. I'm going to start by quoting the RACQ Head of Public Policy, Dr. Rebecca Michael. We're pleased to see the Brisbane City Council's commitment to improving these dangerous intersections, and we welcome the ongoing federal funding commitment. There have been 49 crashes at these 4 intersections since 2013, and these upgrades will significantly reduce the risk of crashes in the future. Now, Chair, you heard Councillor Sri whip out a few local streets, the residents of Mitre Street, the residents of Brisbane Street. If they were riding their bike, they would not be riding down Sir Fred Chanel Drive. They would be riding down Macquarie Street, which is a dead end and has very little traffic. That is a dedicated bike route. That is part of the River Loop. That is where cyclists choose to ride.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Sri.
Will Councillor Mackay take a question?
No, I will not take a question.
Councillor Mackay, would you take a question? No, he's declined. Councillor Mackay.
So, Chair, what we've got here is, I find it very, very rude that somebody keeps interrupting my speech every time I stand up, Chair. I'm just going to put that on the record. What we have here is an intersection that is being upgraded because cars turning right are colliding with cars going straight ahead. The intersection footprint is not getting any bigger. Do we need to resume homes to put in bike lanes? I don't know. I'm going to assume the lanes can't get smaller, so yeah, probably. This is not an intersection upgrade to put in bike lanes. We have a bike lane, a dedicated route about 50 metres to the north. Makes a lot more sense to do that, and it makes a lot more sense, Chair, to make sure that the car users and pedestrians on that intersection are protected and are made safe. There is no need to put bike lanes onto Sir Fred Chanel Drive so they have to compete with cars travelling at 60 kilometres an hour. So, Chair, I welcome the federal government's investment of, I think it was $1.4 or $1.3 million, $1.4 million in funding to fix this black spot in St Lucia. And I thank the Brisbane City Council officers for going to the trouble of pointing out the discrepancies in the arguments that the petition made, because this will be a very good safety improvement for the people of St Lucia and surrounds. Thank you.
Further speakers? Councillor Cumming.
Thanks, Mr Chair. Mr Chair, I speak in relation to item B, and I ask that it be dealt with seriatim for voting purposes.
Item B, seriatim for voting. Please proceed.
This, I don't support the response to the petition. I think this, the road connection that is suggested is a very important one. It's part of a long-term plan, which probably goes back 10 years at least now, probably longer, and it was to link Tilly Road with Koanua Road and take a lot of commuter traffic, people going to work at industrial areas like the Port of Brisbane, the Lytton Industrial Estate, the Hemmant Industrial Area, the Murray Industrial Area, or even going over the bridge to the north side to work over there would have a more direct route to get to work, rather than having to wind their way through the suburb of Wynnum Manly, which they do at present, where they come down Manly Road and Gordon Parade and then up Tingle Road. Some of them even drive along the Esplanade and have a little scenic look at the bay on the way to work too, which is all very good, but it's not particularly good for local residents. So, and the response to the petition is that it'll be on the never, basically. That's the way I see the response to the petition. There was one stage of the work done, the link done, and that was between Manly Road and Wandle Road. Quite a successful road, kind of a road south, well utilised by commuters and also by people going to Moreton Bay College. But that was built almost 10 years ago now, and it's a long time between drinks if we're going to wait as long as 10 years between every stage. So I'm not a supporter of what's been proposed. Our council, as I understand it, owns most of the land that's needed for the extensions. That's the Tilly to Manly Road link, and then from Wandle to Koanua Road, and all they need to do is allocate the money and get it done, sort of thing, and rather than leaving it on a list as part of the LGIP, which is a list which is, as I said, likely never to be built. So I'd call upon the administration to get serious about this link and get the other stages done so it can operate as it was intended and not as a half-baked proposal, which is what it is now, with only one part of the overall series of roads being built. Thank you.
Point of order, Chair. Can we just wait while the mic's clean so that Councillor Atwood can speak?
Of course. Mr Pearce is elsewhere. Councillor Atwood, would you be comfortable coming to the... Do you prefer this microphone? Councillor Atwood, when you're ready.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I'd also like to put it on the record that I too believe that the Koanua Road extension between Wandle Road and Wynnum Road is a very important upgrade for my community. I just also wanted to clarify Councillor Cummings' statement before. It certainly is on Council's priority list. It's under the LGIP for within a 10-year time frame, and I won't be digging my head in the sand. I'll be working with Council and my community to kind of gain their feedback, to see what they want to do and to push that within Council, certainly. I'd also like to thank the construction team who are currently out on Bognor Street. They're doing a terrific job in a number of pedestrian upgrades and vehicle upgrades, and I popped out there last week, and I'd like to thank them for the team. They did a great job.
Further speakers? Councillor Murphy.
Chair, just really quickly on Councillor Cummings' contribution just then. That was a really, on item B, sorry, that was a really creative reinvention of the history of the Tilly Road Extension project, and it just can't go unanswered. Let's not forget the Tilly Road Extension was proposed by Council as an alternative access to the Port of Brisbane when there were rollovers that closed Lytton Road, and those rollovers were happening on an almost daily basis at one point, closing the Port of Brisbane motorway and leading to traffic needing to have an alternative route to get to the Port of Brisbane off the Gateway motorway. That's why that project was proposed. And what happened was the coalition government under John Howard, money that was secured by Ross Vasta to actually get the Port of Brisbane motorway upgraded. That money actually came through, the motorway was upgraded, and the need for the Tilly Road extension decreased dramatically as a result. So It was never an alternative to stop cars going down the esplanade or some sort of weird reinvention that we've just heard from Councillor Cumming. That wasn't the purpose of the road. I agree with Councillor Atwood. It still remains an important connector for the community in the eastern suburbs, but not as an alternative freight access route.
Further speakers? Councillor McLaughlin.
Oh, thank you, Mr Chair, and I'd like to thank all the local councillors who've contributed to the debate on these this discussion here today, particularly on items B and C. I note that all the local councillors are from this side of the chamber with great knowledge about their local areas, as opposed to the two opposition councillors who just use this as a platform to talk about their philosophic platforms. I can assure Councillor Johnson that the intersection of Sir Fred Chanel Drive and Coldridge Street won't be pear-shaped. It'll be a standard T intersection. And to reinforce the point that has been made, that this is a project that's being funded by federal government black spot funding. Therefore, there is no resumption allowed under that funding the funding that's provided by the federal government. The premise of the petition was wrong. The premise of the petition believed that there were land resumptions required to deliver this project, which isn't true, which is what the petition response says. And Councillor Mackay has well contributed to the discussion here about what the safety issue is at this particular intersection. It's cars turning into each other. That's why it was nominated as a black spot project, to stop cars colliding with each other. That's what gets projects onto the radar screen for funding under the federal government's black spot program. And I can assure the chamber, anybody listening, that under that funding, though, it is for relatively minor improvements that can be done with a cap of funding, cap of spending of up to $2 million that provide a significant safety improvement, and that's what we get from this project. A better designed intersection that provides for safety of motorists and prevents people being injured or killed. That's what black spot funding is for, and it's a great program, and I again thank the federal government for its contribution. In regard to the other item, item B, which was a petition requesting completion of the road connection Wandle Road and Wynnum Road, I think the local councillors have well contributed to this discussion, and I'm disappointed that Councillor Cumming has no faith in the LGIP, the Local Government Infrastructure Plan, as was pointed out in the petition response. This proposed connection between Wandle Road and Tilly Road is retained on the LGIP and is planned to be delivered within a 10-year time frame. Thank you, Mr Chair.
All right. We're taking each item alone. Are those in favour of item A, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it. On item B, all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. And those against, no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Cumming and Councillor Strunk. Please ring the bells. All councillors are present. We will proceed to the vote. All those in favour of item, B, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye. And those against, please say no and raise your hand. No. And abstentions, please raise your hand. Clerks, please read the result when you're ready.
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 18 in favour, 5 against and 1 abstention.
The ayes have it. In regards to item C, all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it. No, there's no division. We'll now proceed to the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee report, please. Councillor Cunningham.
Mr Chair, I move that the report of the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 17th of November 2020 be adopted.
Seconded.
It's been moved by Councillor Cunningham, seconded by Councillor Landers, that the report of the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee meeting dated Tuesday the 17th of November 2020 be adopted. Before I call on you, Councillor Cunningham, can somebody please advise Councillor Hammond she may return to the room? Councillor Cunningham, please proceed.
Thanks, Mr Chair. Our committee presentation last week was on Council's bushfire preparedness. COVID has certainly dominated 2020, but we can never forget the devastating bushfires of the last year, which have affected so many people right across our country and native wildlife as well. As a council, our primary bushfire management objectives are prioritising the safety of human life, the protection of council assets, maintaining the biodiversity of Brisbane and protecting Brisbane's air quality. Council maintains over 10,000 hectares of natural areas consisting of 81 different natural habitat types. Bushfire management in Brisbane is a shared responsibility. Queensland Fire and Emergency Services is the lead agency for bushfire management and response. Notwithstanding this, Council has three main roles in relation to bushfires. Our principal role is as the land manager. Council has legislative responsibilities and undertakes bushfire planning, preparedness and response, including planned burns to maintain biodiversity across Brisbane. Since 2011, 137 planned burns have been completed. In the last financial year, Council did 19 planned burns. I want to thank our field services teams within Councillor Marx's portfolio for this important work. Our second responsibility is as a local authority. In this regard, Council has a disaster management role and coordinates with QFES and other agencies. The Local Disaster Coordination Centre coordinates activities during major incidents, including traffic management, waste management, evacuation centres, state emergency service and other response activities. Finally, as a regulator of development of public and private land, Council assesses development of proposals for areas that fall within a bushland overlay area and also supports landholders to meet their responsibilities and ensure adherence to the Natural Assets Local Law 2003. We are officially in bushfire season now, so we encourage residents to do what they can to prepare their properties, especially if their property backs onto or is near a bushland area. Residents can visit Council's Be Prepared webpage for guidance or the QFES website. We also had a park naming, and I'll leave the rest to the chamber. Further speakers? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, just on item B, the naming of previously unnamed parkland at Sherwood. I recently was approached by the residents, the former Employees Association of the Alan Fletcher Research Station. So most people probably won't know this, but on the banks of the river at Sherwood for almost 100 years, there was a very significant environmental and agricultural state department. And when the new Eco-Sciences precinct was built at Dutton Park, the state government shut down the Alan Fletcher Research Station. Interestingly, the history on this site was Scott Emerson, when he was a candidate to run for the state seat of Indooroopilly, campaigned side by side with me, saying that he would protect the Alan Fletcher Research Station from development because there was a state Labor government in at the time. Then there was a change. Scott got elected and Scott became the Treasurer of Queensland, and guess what Scott did as the state member and the Treasurer? He sold off the Alan Fletcher Research Station. Yes, yes he did. I know. Shocking. Shocking. Shocking, right? Yep. Yeah, you haven't seen an asset sale they don't like, this lot, that's for sure.
No.
Unfortunately, my community overtly campaigned against the development, and I wish, just like Councillor Cunningham or Councillor Adams believes, that you know, if your community speaks up and you make objections, council will listen and they'll adjust DAs. Well, I'm sorry, that's just delusional. Council did approve a huge amount of small lot blocks on this site. but we were successful in retaining at least a small section of riverfront land as parkland, and it has been unnamed for the last few years since the housing has been built, and there's still a few blocks to go into this subdivision. I was approached by the former workers on the site and the Oxley-Chelmer History Group to provide a name to this site. And it was a really fascinating discussion. These people are scientists, essentially, who approached me, and they really wanted to do something to recognise the significance of the Alan Fletcher Research Station, which has performed a remarkable service in Queensland and Australian agricultural and environmental history. And we discussed a range of names that I would put out in a survey, and they're here in the briefing before us today. Cactoblastus Corner, Prickly Pear Place, the Alan Fletcher Research Station Park, and Alan Dodds and Bill Hasler Park. So these names were put out to a survey in the community, and the most well supported of those was Cactoblastus Corner, which is a fascinatingly unusual name for a park in Brisbane. And I just want to put on the record just a little history so that all the councillors and council officers listening understand the significance of this place. Prickly Pear pretty much came to Australia with the first fleet, and unfortunately through the 1800s it flourished. And it infested some almost 60 million hectares of agricultural land. It was a terrible, terrible pest back in the day. And for those people who've got a little bit of it in their garden, it really belies the damage that it caused to agricultural land, particularly in New South Wales and Queensland. Particularly in Queensland, we know that the flood of 1893 spread it very significantly throughout Brisbane, and certainly in other agricultural areas. Back in the late 1800s and early 1900s, the only control measures were digging it up, which when it covered millions of hectares of land was horrific, or burning it, or using arsenic, which obviously, we know today would not be good for the soil either. In 1901, the federal government recognised one of its, early decisions. It recognised that there was a really significant problem. They offered a £10,000 reward, and still nobody came up with, a good solution. In 1912, a Prickly Pear Commission was set up. And the Prickly Pear Commission visited other countries to see what was working in other countries where the problem existed. And that's how the Cactoblastus moth was discovered. We ran into a bit of a problem with World War I, which slowed the management of prickly pear and the eradication of prickly pear. But in 1919, after the end of World War I, the Prickly Pear Board was set up, and they started to import the moth to help manage prickly pear. Now, apparently the moth larvae didn't do well on the boat trip to Australia, but a small number survived. And in 1921, a laboratory was set up at the Alan Fletcher Research Station at Sherwood on the banks of the river. And the Cactoblastus moth was successfully bred. It was then released, originally there were 12 insects. In 1925, they had enough, and they released 10 million eggs across 61 locations. The result was the world's most successful pest plant eradication by a biological control method. It's an extraordinary little story that people don't know much about. This was a hugely invasive weed that caused havoc to the development of farming and agriculture in our state and in New South Wales. And it's due to scientific research that commenced in 1921 at the Alan Fletcher Research Station in Sherwood. It's a place that I know scientists are incredibly proud of having worked at. It's only a few years ago that it closed, probably about 9-10 years ago that it closed. And it was really disappointing to those scientists who, had invested a phenomenal amount into the Alan Fletcher Research Station. So with this little story, I think we're able to remember a significant part of Brisbane and Sherwood's history, the significance of the site in eradicating a terrible pest. We can also recognise the importance of scientific achievement in Brisbane, which is continuing today, of course, with other, other scientific endeavours through COVID research. But I just want to say to all the scientists and the history group and all of those who contributed to this park naming process, it will be a very special place. It'll have a wonderful interpretive panel that we're still working on to tell people what this is about. But I received some absolutely delightful feedback from residents about the different name choices, and I'm delighted that we've been able to name this important site Cactoblastus Corner in recognition of all the scientists and the scientific community who contributed to the eradication of prickly pear and to the ongoing scientific efforts under the stewardship of the site as the Alan Fletcher Research Station.
Further speakers? Anyone? Councillor Cunningham.
Thanks, Mr Chair. I'll be brief. Councillor Johnston got up and said that Scott Emerson was the treasurer. She's wrong. It makes you wonder, though, what else she gets wrong in this place. Thank you.
I'll now put the resolution. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it. Councillors, the City Standards and Community Health and Safety Committee, please. Councillor Marx.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I move that the report of the City Standards Community Health and Safety Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 17th of November be accepted.
Seconded.
It was moved by Councillor Marx, seconded by Councillor Landers, that the report of the City Standards Community Health and Safety Committee meeting dated Tuesday the 17th of November 2020 be adopted. Is there any debate? Councillor Marx.
Yes, thank you, Mr Chair. Just briefly, I want to mention we had a committee presentation last week on the PEP education program, which was well received about what our officers do out there in the community. Obviously, at the moment, that's slightly reduced because of COVID, but we're still working around it. We also had 2 petitions, which I'm happy to leave debate to the chamber.
Further speakers? Further speakers? There being none, Councillor Marx. I'll now put the resolution. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it. Councillors, the Community Arts and Nighttime Economy Committee, please. Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I move the report of the Community Arts and Nighttime Economy Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 17th of November 2020 be adopted.
Seconded.
It's been moved by Councillor Howard, seconded by Councillor Landers, that the report of the Community Arts and Nighttime Economy Committee meeting dated Tuesday the 17th of November 2020 be adopted. Is there any debate? Councillor Howard.
Well, thank you, Mr Chair. And Mr Chair, I'd just like to remind everyone in the chamber that I love the night time. And can I say that the night time is looking up, Mr Chair, through you, and it's fantastic that it is doing that. So I think it's worthwhile to sort of talk about some of the things that have been happening. I had a very busy weekend, but it started with, on Saturday night, we had the Brisbane Symphony Orchestra in the beautiful City Hall, and to see everybody enjoying the COVID-restricted seating, which was a little bit of a shame, but one of the highlights was, of course, that we had some opera singers, but the audience couldn't participate. So what the conductor suggested was that they hum instead of sing. So that was that went down very well, and everyone had a great time. So there was humming instead of singing. We also then had Diwali, that was the Festival of Lights, that was yet again in City Hall on Sunday evening, and I know quite a number of councillors were there for that, which was absolutely great. I'd also like to remind everyone that our wonderful Lord Mayor's Christmas Carols is happening on Saturday the 5th of December. Now, I know that the Lord Mayor is hoping that he'll be able to leave the pool where he's socially isolating and bring the family along to a fantastic night of carols. we've sold out all of the tickets that are so far available. I think we're hoping to see if maybe we can get some more, but at the moment that River Stage will have a fantastic audience on the 5th of December to really enjoy that nighttime activity. I can't, of course, go past the fact of this weekend was Valley Fiesta, and I know that you all want to know what happened to DZ Death Race, so I want to tell you that they have a new song. A new song was released, and so I understand it's a doozy, and you should all go on to... a doozy for DZ Death Race, and you should all go on to Spotify and enjoy it. But can I just say what a fantastic event the Valley Fiesta was. We have had venue operators absolutely singing the praises.
Councillor Howard, councillors, there's a lot of secondary chatter. If you can have a private conversation, please take it in the antechamber. Councillor Howard.
It was the DZ Death Race that sent them into a frenzy. Can I say though, in all seriousness, Mr Chair, the success of the Valley Fiesta was just wonderful. We had many of the venue operators saying just what a difference it had made to them. We had more than 90 artists over 14 venues, and that is just such a great success. We had sold out performances on a lot of the artists, as I said. I think last week Kate Miller-Heike, I think, sold out 3 times over. So it was wonderful to see the Valley come alive. We had Heath Williamson adding a little bit of light and zing to the area, and I don't know if any of you here know Heath, but he is so passionate about lighting the city, and we had love signs and glitter, and it was just fantastic. So I really want to say a really huge thanks to Ian Hoke, who was our ambassador for this year, but also to Q Music for curating such a fantastic event. The other thing that I would just like to mention is what's happening this weekend, which of course is our Pride Festival. And I'm seriously proud of all of the people who've continued to be able to run their festivals. And I know that the organisers from the Pride Festival had many ups and downs about whether they'd be able to continue or not. And so I'm thrilled to be able to say that it will happen. It will happen in New Farm Park, and that there is a walk from Newstead to New Farm Park, because we can't have our normal street march. So for those of you who, would want to get along to that, it would be fantastic. So, Mr Chair, that's my little commercial. I shall now move to the committee report, because we had a fantastic presentation last week about the treasures of our city archives. For those of you who've been on this committee before, you will know the joy and the delight when Annabelle Lloyd comes to us with white gloves and we're able to look at some of the treasures that are there. It was a shame that Councillor Cook couldn't join us, because I know that she would have really enjoyed being able to sort of have a look at some of the archives that Annabelle was able to bring to us. One of the interesting things was the first council minutes book of the Brisbane Municipal Council from 1859 to 1879, a map showing the boundaries of the Brisbane Municipal Council from 1859, and the proclamation for the creation of the Brisbane Municipal Council from 1859. So Councillor Landers and I had a bit of a look at that, and we found that at that stage the council meetings went for 1 hour. So we wondered whether that was sort of something that we should consider. But anyway, at that stage, 1 hour was what was happening there. Mr Chair, the archives is a fantastic identity of Brisbane City Council. It fulfils a legislative requirement as determined by the Public Records Act of 2002, and we also are open for public access and can be visited without an appointment on Monday, Wednesday and Friday, or by appointment on Tuesday and Thursday. And could I just recommend to all of the councillors, if they haven't had the opportunity to be there, I know that Annabelle would love to show you over the archives, so please take that opportunity. And I'd just like to finish by thanking not only Annabelle, but all of the library staff, Sharon that did the introduction, all of the people who contributed to what was yet again a fantastic presentation to our committee, and I recommend the report to the chamber.
Further speakers? Councillor Johnston.
Yeah, point of order, Mr Chairman. Look, I'm just not sure if this is the appropriate time to do it. I'll flag it now, but I did refer to Scott Emerson as the treasurer, and he was in fact the shadow treasurer at the time.
That's not a point of order. Thank you. Further speakers? There being none, Councillor Howard. I'll now put the resolution. All those in favour say aye. Aye. And those against, please say no. The ayes have it. Councillors, the Finance Administration and Small Business Committee, please. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I move that the report of the Finance Administration and Small Business Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 17th of November 2020 be adopted.
Seconded.
It's been moved by Councillor Allen, seconded by Councillor Landers, the report of the Finance Administration and Small Business Committee meeting dated Tuesday the 17th of November 2020 be adopted. Is there any debate? Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr Chair. At last week's meeting we had an excellent presentation on the Economic Recovery Task Force. It was an update on achievements to date, and in the first part of the presentation we outlined the achievements of the task force to date, how it was initiated, some of the milestones and landmarks that have been achieved along the way, and ultimately some of the things that we're looking to do over coming months. There was an overview of the actual economic recovery plan, which was tabled in this chamber in August. It highlighted the key points of focus, and in particular the plan identifies 82 actions. Now, the 82 actions from that plan are currently being tracked on the council website. You just need to go onto the council website and search Economic Recovery Task Force, and those 82 initiatives will be highlighted. Of those initiatives, 18 have been completed, 43 are currently happening now, and another 21 are in progress. There's also a wealth of information that underpins the progress on those particular initiatives, and the Economic Recovery Plan itself has 3 phases: the relief phase, the reboot phase and recovery. Now, in the context of the relief phase, there is a number of items there on the website that allow you to drill down and just see what's happened with respect to the relief initiatives. It also covers the reboot initiatives, once again with an opportunity to drill down and see what's been completed and what's currently happening. And then last but not least, obviously, the recovery initiatives. In the context of reboot initiatives, the Brisbane Business Hub was highlighted, and obviously there's been quite a lot of discussion about that in the chamber in recent weeks, and it's a terrific initiative from council and obviously driven and headed up by the Brisbane Economic Development Agency. Specifically, we also had an opportunity to get some insights into the partners of the Brisbane Business Hub. The Brisbane Business Hub partners include a who's who of business in Brisbane. I won't list all of them, but there's certainly in the presentation there, you'll see a lengthy list of supporters, and I would note that the partners and supporter list continues to grow. And then last but not least, there was a profile of a couple of the key supporters and mentors for the program. In the committee, we also had a regular committee report, the financial reports, receivables, rates, payables, provisions and malls for the period ended September 2020, and I'll leave further debate to the chamber.
Further speakers? Any further speakers? Councillor Allen? I'll now put the resolution. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it. Councillors, are there any petitions? Councillor Cassidy.
Thank you, Chair. I have a petition requesting council remove or demolish the unused demountable building in O'Callaghan Park, 340 Zulmi Road, Zulmia.
Councillor Strunk.
Yes, I have 2 petitions. One I'm delivering on behalf of Councillor Cook, asking for outdoor equipment to be installed in Calgary Park at Morningside. And the petition was given to me to lodge on behalf of, for the naming of a bridge over Bullockhead Creek, Boundary Road, Richlands, as Frank Holland MBE Bridge with permanent signage. Thank you.
Any other petitions? May I please have a resolution to accept them?
Mr Chair, I move that the petitions as presented be received and referred to the committee concerned for consideration and report.
Seconded.
It's been moved by Councillor Landers, seconded by Councillor Cassidy, that all petitions as presented be received and referred to the committee concerned for consideration and report. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Councillors, general business. Are there any statements required as a result of an Office of the Independent Assessor or Councillor Ethics Committee order? Councillors, are there any ordinary matters of general business? Councillor Toomey.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to bring awareness to cystic fibrosis sufferers in Brisbane. Cystic fibrosis is the most common life-limiting genetic condition affecting Australians today. Approximately 3,500 people in our country are living with cystic fibrosis. 1 in 25 Australians carry the gene that causes cystic fibrosis, and most carriers are unaware that they do so. In fact, 1 child every 4 days in Australia is born with cystic fibrosis. These children born with cystic fibrosis suffer in many ways. Primarily, their bodies produce excessive amounts of mucus that deposits in their lungs and their digestive system. It reduces their lung capacity, increasing the risk of infection, and they are at great risk of dying from lung failure. From birth, a person with cystic fibrosis undergoes constant medical treatment, physiotherapy, and may consume up to 80 capsules a day to help them digest their food, and hours of airway clearance therapy each day. To give you an idea of what 80 pills is, that's roughly a wheelie bin a year. Treatment involves intensive daily physiotherapy to clear the lungs, enzyme replacement for food to aid digestion, anaerobic therapy to treat lung infections, aerosol mist inhalations via a nebulizer to open up their airway, salt and vitamin supplements, a modified nutritious diet that is high in calories, high in salt and high in fat, and most importantly, exercise to help them clear their lungs and build their core strength. They must do this while they go about their daily lives, whether it's school, work or play. Today, there are more adults living with cystic fibrosis than there are children. The average lifespan of a child born today with cystic fibrosis is a short 40 years. The majority of sufferers in Australia die before they are in their 20s. 9 out of 10 children born with cystic fibrosis are born to families with no family history of the condition. This is certainly the case for my family. In the middle of Cystic Fibrosis Week last week, my family was shocked to hear our newest member, my nephew, was born with cystic fibrosis. The news sent us into chaos. Being born with cystic fibrosis in the middle of a pandemic that attacked the lungs was frightening. For Evan and many cystic fibrosis families, during times like this, isolation was key and hygiene a must to stay strong. Life with cystic fibrosis can be very, very lonely. Sufferers self-isolate to reduce the risk of infection, and for Evan, at the moment, his world has a population of 3 people. Something we as a family are hoping will change in the near future, that we can share more than just Zoom sessions and photographs. So why am I telling you this? Firstly, to raise awareness and get the message out to get screened. To know if you carry the cystic fibrosis gene before you have a family, or if you are growing your family. You have a 1 in 4 chance of a child will have cystic fibrosis if both parents are carriers. 2 in 4 chance that your children will be carriers. Secondly, 90% of Cystic Fibrosis Queensland's income comes from fundraising. So I encourage you to donate so they can continue to support the families and sufferers with subsidised personal nebulizers, trampolines, boredom buster bags for their hospital stays, and contribute to their contribution to cystic fibrosis research throughout Australia. They also supplement Queensland Health with airway clearance devices for the community. Finally, I want to thank all the residents in my ward and across Brisbane who are fighting to breathe and shared their story with me that gives my family hope. To the Cystic Fibrosis Queensland team, Patrina Ficario, Gemma Nolan, Emily Ledger and the rest of the crew, thank you for your advocacy and ongoing support for families and sufferers. On behalf of Cystic Fibrosis, I want to thank the Lord Mayor's Charitable Trust, Lord Mayor Adrian Shinner and Lady Mayoress Nina Srinner, and Councillor Adam Allen for your ongoing support. Thank you to all my councillor colleagues and officers for your sponsorship for my triathlon. Every dollar you've donated will go towards important research for people living with cystic fibrosis because they are sick and tired of being sick and tired. Thank you.
Further speakers. Councillor Mackay.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I'd like to thank Councillor Toomey for sharing that touching story. Thank you. I'd like to first start by thanking Councillor Toomey for sharing that very touching story. And I'd also like to thank my Asset Services West crew out there in Walter Taylor. We've had an inordinate amount of jobs going on at the moment, and these guys work above and beyond delivering for our local community. And to the Chair, Councillor Marks, for your hands-on role. I think that plays a big part, so thank you very much for doing that. But tonight I rise to speak about the green bridges in Toowong and St Lucia. These bridges will be a long-lasting and remarkable legacy of Lord Mayor Adrian Srinner. I congratulate the Lord Mayor on his Green Bridge program, and I acknowledge how he has listened to the community feedback to date. Notably, the Lord Mayor has ruled out the Toowong and St Lucia bridges accommodating buses, which is a message that came through loud and clear in the first round of consultation. These are bridges that Brisbane residents will use for years to come. Every time they cross the bridge, they'll know that bridge was delivered by Brisbane City Council. Indeed, everyone in this chamber knows this is a key project of the Lord Mayor. Everyone in Brisbane knows this is a key project of the Lord Mayor, except for one person. The state member for Maiwar seems to live in fantasy land when it comes to these bridges. Did you see his signs during the election, Chair? Delivering for the West Side, funding secured for the green bridges. Maybe Councillor Murphy could pop around and pick up the cheque. I'd love to see that. Could be one of those big oversized ones. The finance chair will take it. For the record, the member for Maiwar didn't even write a letter of support for the St Lucia Green Bridge. So organising the funding, I must tell you, came as a really nice surprise. Did he deliver the bridges as claimed? No. Did he deliver the funding for the bridges as he claims? No. Did he even write a letter of support for a St Lucia bridge? No. The Greens are so vain, they seem to think these bridges are about them, but they are not. These bridges are about, for and because of the people of Brisbane. These are green bridges because they will deliver world-class active transport options. We now have the opportunity to participate in community consultation about the alignment options for the St Lucia and Toowong bridges. And I encourage all residents to get involved with this consultation process. There are public sessions starting this Saturday and project experts will be there to talk to you about the different alignment options. There are 3 possible alignment options for the Toowong Bridge and 3 more for the St Lucia Bridge. Get involved and please make a submission to Council so Council can understand your views on your preferred alignment for each bridge. Thank you.
Further speakers?
Point of order, Chair, if we can wait till the microphone's been changed over for Councillor Davis.
Councillor Davis, when you're ready.
Well, thank you, Chair. I rise tonight to speak about bridges, not green bridges, but the newly constructed replacement Shellgate Street Bridge in Chermside West, which was officially opened on Saturday. And Mr Chair, the original bridge was a wooden structure built in the 1960s, and although it had served our community very well, it was nearing the end of its serviceable life, and the new 3.6 metre wide steel and concrete bridge provides a more accessible crossing over Downfall Creek on Melaleuca Green. And what was particularly special about the bridge opening was that local resident Janet Hunter, who's lived in the area for 57 years, joined me to cut the ribbon and to be the first to walk across the new bridge. And there's quite a lovely story that goes behind how I met Jan. Mr Roy Barrett, who is also a local resident and a regular user, or was a regular user of the original bridge, wrote to the Lord Mayor earlier this year to let him know that Jan had been avidly following the construction of the bridge, and that she was the very last resident to travel across the old bridge. And so Mr Barrett requested that consideration be given to Jan to be the first to officially walk across the new bridge. And of course the Lord Mayor thought it was a terrific idea, and he was very disappointed that he couldn't join us on Saturday because he's in self-isolation. But on the day, Jan led the inaugural walk across the new bridge. Jan was joined by her daughter Arlene and her granddaughter Brianna, along with lots of neighbours and friends, and it was very clear that everybody present was absolutely thrilled for Jan, and it was really touching to see just how fondly the local community felt about Jan, and that she was given the honour of opening the bridge. One of the council contractors who attended the event affectionately referred to Jan as a sidewalk superintendent, and she seemed quite pleased with this title. She used to pop down with chocolates for the contractors, so she was a very special friend to them. But Jan was full of stories about the time she used to play games on the old bridge with her children and grandchildren, and it was also lovely to hear from a number of long-time residents about their memories of the area. And one lady reminisced that when she was still in school, it was the girls' job to watch out for traffic whilst the boys would race their go-karts along the bridge and through the park. And as the go-karts had no brakes, the only way they could stop was to crash into the creek. That's not something that happens there now, but it would have been a lot of fun for them back then. Mr Chair, this bridge is a key link that connects to some of the fantastic walking paths in the nearby Raven Street Reserve. As part of the project, the footpath approaches at either end of the bridge have been upgraded, and embankment protection works and landscaping and revegetation have been undertaken around the bridge. And Mr Chair, recently I was really pleased to host Councillor Marks out in the McDowell ward, and Councillor Marks, you might recall on our tour around that we stopped at Melaleuca Green and we saw the bridge being constructed. Probably was about halfway through at that point. So it looks a little bit different now, but I'd just like to thank you for coming out and taking the time to see firsthand the issues in the local ward and for your hands-on approach to to your portfolio area. Mr Chair, in the coming months we're also going to see more infrastructure being delivered locally, including an upgrade of the Tallerwood Place Bridge, which spans Tree Creek and connects Bangalow Street and Carey Place in Bridgeman Downs, and further north along the creek, the construction of a culvert at Idonia Place in Bridgeman Downs is planned for mid-2021 and will provide a connection to the bike path at the rear of Coolabah Crescent. And I'm just really pleased to be part of an administration that continues to invest in active transport infrastructure in McDowell Ward so that our local residents can get out and about and enjoy our fantastic outdoor lifestyle, and I'm excited to see that these projects come to completion to make our part of Brisbane an even better place to live. Thank you.
Further speakers? Anyone at all? Declare the meeting closed.